Shri Krishna Janmashtami ki Jaya. Samsaradavanadhalita loka Tranaya karunya Kanaganatvam Samsaradavanadhalita loka Tranaya karunya Kanaganatvam Praptasya kalyada gunarnavasya Vande Guru Shri Charana-Ārvindam Praptasya kalyana gunarnavasya Vande Guru Shri Charana-Ārvindam Mahaprabhu Kirtanandritya Gita Varitramajan Manasodasena Romanchakampa Shutaranga Bhajo Vande Guru Shri Charana-Ārvindam Shri Vigrahara Dhananityananda Shringaratam Mandiramarjanadao Yuktasya bhaktam chaniyunjatopi Vande Guru Shri Charana-Ārvindam Yuktasya bhaktam chaniyunjatopi Vande Guru Shri Charana-Ārvindam Chaturvidha Sri Bhagavat Prasada Swaranatriptan Hari Bhakta Sanjam Chaturvidha Shri Bhagavat Prasada Swaranatriptan Hari Bhakta Sanjam Kritvaiva Tripting Bhajatak Sadaiva Vande Guru Shri Charana-Ārvindam Vande Guru Shri Charana-Ārvindam Shri Radhika Madhav Avayorapara Madhurya Lila Gunarupa Nam Nam Pratikshana Dhanalolupasya Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Pratikshana Dhanalolupasya Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Nikunjayuna Keli Siddhai Jaya Libiryu Kira Pekshaniya Nikunjayona Keli Siddhai Jaya Libiryu Kira Pekshaniya Tatrati Dakshat Atibalabhasya Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Tatrati Dakshat Atibalabhasya Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam 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 Vande Guru Charanarvindam Vande Guru Shri 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 Charanarvindam Vande Guru Sakshadaritima Samasta Shastra Ruktastatava Vyataiva Sadvi Sakshadaritima Samasta Shastra Ruktastatava Vyataiva Sadvi Hindu Prabhuya Priyaiva Tasya Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Hindu Prabhuya Priyaiva Tasya Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Yasya Prasadat Bhagavat Prasado Yasya Prasadam Nagati Kutopi Yasya Prasadam Bhagavat Prasado Yasya Prasadam Nagati Kutopi Yasya Prasadam Bhagavat Prasado Yasya Prasadam Nagati Kutopi Yasya Prasadam Bhagavat Prasado Yasya Prasadam Nagati Kutopi Jaya Stubam Jaya Sakti Sangyam Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Jaya Stubam Vidhaloka Pranaya Karunya Khana Khanata Saptasya Kalyana Gurana Vasya Vande Guru Shri Sharanarvindam Krishna Pristaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namah Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Saraswate Deve Gauravani Prachadine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatyarishakarine Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Radhu Nityananda, Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaur Bhakta-vrinda Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaur Bhakta-vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaur Bhakta-vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaur Bhakta-vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Om Vishnupad, Bhamsa, Prabhajikacharya, Stotarasati Shishimada, Bhai Charana, Ravinda Bhakti Vedanta Sai Raj, Srila Prabhupada Ki Jaya. Jaya Om Vishnupad, Paramahamsa, Prabhajikacharya, Stotarasati Shishimada, Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Gosai Maharaj Ki Jaya. Ananta Koti Vaishnavini Ki, Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki, Prem Zagaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Shiva Sri Gaur Bhaktivinoda Ki Jaya. Sri Sri Radha Krishna Gogopinath Shyamakund Radhakund Giri Govardhan Ki Jaya. Shri Vrndavana Nam Ki Jaya. Shri Mayapur Navadvipan Ki Jaya. Shri Jagannath Puri Dham Ki Jaya. Tulasī Devi Bhakti Devi Ki Jaya. Jamuna Devi Ganga Devi Ki Jaya. Sambhita Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jaya. Shri Janmashtami Maha Mahotsava Ki Jaya. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. Gaur Premanande Haribol. Namaste Narasimhaya. Namaste Narasimhaya. Shilatan Kana Kalaye Shilatan Kana Kalaye Chito Narsimha Parato Narsimha Chito Narsimha Parato Narsimha Yato Yato Yami Tato Narsimha Yato Yato Yami Tato Narsimha Ahir Narsimha Hridaye Narsimha Ahir Narsimha Hridaye Narsimha Narasimha Marim Saranam Prapade Narasimha Marim Saranam Prapade Savakara Kamala Vare Nakha Adbhuta Shringa Dalita Hiranyakasipu Tanu Bhringa Keshavadita Narhari Rupa Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Savakara Kamala Vare Nakha Adbhuta Shringa Dalita Hiranyakasipu Tanu Bhringa Keshavadita Narhari Rupa Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Jaya Narasimha Dev 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 Jaya Prahlad Maharaj Jaya Prahlad Maharaj Jaya Prahlad Maharaj Jaya Prahlad Maharaj Jaya Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Gaura Hari Bol समस्त भक्त विघ्न विनाशक लक्ष्मी नरसिंहदेव भगवान की भक्तराज प्रहलाद महाराज की जय Vishnu Bhakti Prade Devi Satyavachai Namo Namaha Vrindai Tulasī-ārati Vishnu Bhakti Prade Devi Satyavachai Namo Namaha Vrindai Tulasī-ārati Priyai Keshavasya Vishnu Bhakti Prade Devi Satyavachai Namo Namaha Vrindai Tulasī-ārati Priyai Keshavasya Vishnu Bhakti Prade Devi Satyavachai Namo Namaha
Namo Namah Tulasī Krishna Preyasi Tulasī Krishna Preyasi Namo Namah Rādhā Krishna Seva Pavo তোমার শরণ লয়ে তারো বাঞ্ছা পূর্ণ হয়। কৃপা করি করো তারে বৃন্দাবনবাসী। মোরা এই অভিলাষ বিলাস কুঞ্জে দিও বাস। নয়নে হেরিব সদা যুগল রূপরাশি। এই নিবেদন ধরো সখীর অনুগত করো। সেবা অধিকার দিয়ে করো নিজ দাসী। দীনা কৃষ্ণ দাসে কয়ে এই যেন মোর হয়। শ্রী রাধা গোবিন্দ প্রেমে সদা যেন ভাসি। कानी कानी चापा पानी ब्रह्महत्यादिकानि च तानि तानि प्रणश्यन्ति प्रदक्षिणा पदे पदे। कानि कानि चापा पानी ब्रह्महत्यादिकानि च Pradakshina Pade Pade Ni
Tulsi Devyai Priyai Keshavasya Vishnu Bhakti Prade Devi Sapchavachai Namo Namaha
Vishnu Bhakti Prate Devi Satyavatya Namo Vrindaya Tulsi Devyai Priya Keshavasya Cha Vishnu Bhakti Prate Devi Satyavatya Namo Namaha Vrindaya Tulsi Devyai Priya Keshavasya Cha Vishnu Bhakti Prate Devi Satyavatya Namo Namaha Vrinda Devi Tulsi Maharani Ki Jaya.
Please go to the beginning translation. Oh, here we are. I offer my repeated obeisances, everyone, unto Srimati Vrinda, Srimati Tulsi Devi, who is very dear to Lord Keshava. O Goddess, you bestow devotional service to Krishna and possess the highest truth. O Tulsi, beloved of Krishna, bow before you again and again. My desire is to obtain the service of Shri Shri Radha Krishna. Whoever takes shelter of you has his wishes fulfilled. Bestowing your mercy on him, you make him a resident of Vrndavana. My desire is that you also grant me residence. Pleasure goes to Sri Vrindavan Dham. Thus, within my vision, shall always behold the beautiful pastimes of Radha and Krishna. I beg you to make me follower of the coward damsels of Raj. Please give me the privilege of devotional service and make me your own maidservant. This very fallen servant of Krishna prays. I always swim in love, Shri Radha Om Govinda. Those who circumambulate Srimati Tulsi Devi, step by step, destroy whatever sins they have committed, even the killing of a Brahmin. And now Koladweep, where are you? They give some Sanskrit verses about the meaning of this, what it means in our practice of devotional service.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. So I can recall the verse, I think 926 Maharaj. Patrang pushpang phalang toyam yome bhakta prayachate tad bhakto puritam ashnami prayatatmana. So in this verse, Krishna is telling a very simple formula to please him. He's telling, if somebody offer me flower, leaves, water, I get pleased very easily. And among all the leaves, Srimati Tulsi Devi is the most favorite to her. We see also in Srimad Bhagavad Gita Mahapuran, when 4 Kumaras visited Vaikuntha Loka, they were even though impersonalists, but when they smell the fragrance of Tulsi mixed with saffron, which is coming from the lotus feet of Lord Vishnu, their heart got transformed. What is the verse? Tasya Arvinda Nayanasya Padaravinda Kunjalko Tulasi Mistrita Makaranda Vayu Antargata Saviberana Chakarate Shangshko Makshara Jushuma Pichittatvanna. So it says that how favorite Tulsi Maharani is to Krishna, and in also Chaitanya Charitamrita we see that Adita Acharya Tulasi Dalamatrena Jalasa Chulukena Va Vikriditam Saatmana Bhaktebhya Bhakta Vatsala, that he found this verse in one of the Tantra Shastra, and he started offering Tulasi with Ganges water to Shalagram Shila and requested Lord to descend to deliver the soul of this Kali Yuga. So that's how worship of Srimati Tulsi Maharani is very important, and it is shown through the Shastras and also by the previous Acharyas, and that's why following their footsteps we are also trying to worship Srimati Tulsi Maharani.
And now Gita Priya will give a verse from the Sri Upadeshamrita that explains what kind of devotional service this song about Tulsi is advocating. Hint has to do with following in the footsteps of the residents at Vrndavana, and that's a certain kind of devotional service you can call a friend. Work as a team. Starts with tan.
Tannamarupa charidati sukirtananu smrityokamena rasana manasi niyoja tishtan vajeta danuragi jananugami kalam nayeda kilamiptyupadesha saram.
Any commentary?
Yeah, the verse is basically about following in the footsteps of the previous acharyas, and
even more specifically, the residents of Vrndavana. And Anushree will say what kind of devotional service that is called.
That is called Prema Bhakti.
Raganuga Bhakti.
Okay.
Srimati Tulsi Maharani Ki Jaya. Next we'll say together, Sanskrit and English from the Padma Purana, the 10 offenses to be avoided when chanting the holy name of the Lord. Satam ninda namna paramama paradam vitanute yata katim yatam katim usahate tad vigarham. To blaspheme the devotees who have dedicated their lives for propagating the holy name of the Lord. 2. Shivasya Shri Vishnu Yaiha Gunanamari Sakalam Hiyadinam Pashyat Sakalu Harinama Hitakaraha. To consider the names of demigods like Lord Shiva or Lord Brahma to be equal to or independent of the name of Lord Vishnu. 3. Gauravagna, to disobey the orders of the spiritual master or to consider him an ordinary person. 4. Shruti Shāstra Nindanam, to blaspheme the Vedic literatures or literatures in pursuance of the Vedic version. 5. Harinam Kalpanam, to consider the glories of chanting Hare Krishna to be imagination. 6. Arthavadaha, to give some mundane interpretation on the holy name of the Lord. 7. Namno baladhyasya hi papa buddhir navidyate tasya yamayna shuddhi, to commit sinful activities on the strength of the holy name of the Lord. 8. Dharma vrata tyaga hutadi sarva Shubha Kriya Samyam Api Pramadaha, to consider the chanting of Hare Krishna one of the auspicious ritualistic activities offered in the Vedas as fruitive activities, karma kanda. 9. Ashadadani Vimukhe Pyashindati Yashopadesha Shiva Nama Paradaha, to instruct a faithless person about the glories of the holy name. 10. Shute pi nama mahatme ya priti rohito nara ahamamadi paramo nami sopya parada krit, to not have complete faith in the chanting of the holy names and to maintain material attachments even after understanding so many instructions on this matter. Api pramadaha, it is also an offense to be inattentive while chanting. Can you move this? Oh, that's it? Okay. And now Devavrata Prabhu will explain which pastime from the Srimad Bhagavatam best informs us of the error of considering the names of demigods like Lord Shiva or Lord Brahma to be equal to or independent of the names of Lord Krishna, where Krishna dispels any doubts about this.
In the there's many pastimes. The pastime that first comes to my mind is the pastime of Yamaraj and the Yamadutas. When the Yamadutas were approaching Ajamil to take him away, and Ajamil chanted the name of Narayana, calling upon his son. And the Vishnudutas stopped the Yamadutas from taking Ajamil, saying that all of his sins have been mitigated. So when the Yamadutas came to meet Yamaraj, they began to question the faith that they had in Yamaraj because they'd always considered him to be supreme. And then Yamaraj corrected them and said, actually, Vishnu's name is supreme, Narayana is supreme. So that's one pastime that comes to my mind immediately.
Haribo. Now, give one from somebody from the 10th canto. Halayuda. Which pastime from the 10th canto best illustrates the difference between Krishna and the demigods?
A pastime that comes to mind is the lifting of the Govardhan hill when the Vrajavasis were preparing to do their annual worship of Lord Indra, and Lord Krishna reminded them of the importance of Govardhan hill for all the residents, for all the cows, and the sustenance of Vrndavana as a whole. And so therefore, Lord Krishna reminds us that devotional service, and therefore we can take from that, like, part of that is chanting the holy name of Lord Krishna is supreme.
And you told them to just feel free to go on worshipping Indra, right?
No, he said you should instead worship Govardhan hill with all your offerings every year.
Okay, and then quote one verse from the 9th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita that gives this idea about the importance of worshipping Krishna and not demigods directly. Take help from Mukaravind if you don't know. Go ahead, Mukaravind. Use it.
Maharaj, I think ye apyane devata bhakta yajante shraddhayanvita tepi mameva kaunteya yajanti avidhi purvakam. Where Krishna says that even if you are worshipping other ye apyane devata bhakta yajante, those who are worshipping with faith, shraddhayanvita, they are actually worshipping me only, if you are even worshipping other demigods. But though it is done avidhi purvakam, though it is done unlawful.
Well done. Dear Srila Prabhupada, dear Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Shri Shri Panchatattva, Shri Shri Radha Madanamohana, Shri Shri Lakshmi Shringadev, on this day of Janmashtami, please bless and empower us to memorize all of Srila Prabhupada's books, the whole Bhagavad Gita, all the relevant verses, and to memorize Prabhupada's purports, so that the prime instruction in our minds and hearts, so we can teach them to others and inform ourselves. Thank you for considering our request. Please let us work together also on this Janmashtami day to make a welcoming atmosphere for people who come to see you on your birthday. Thank you for considering that request. Everyone who agrees with these prayers in whole or in part, please unmute and say Hare Krishna. Hare! Now let us offer our respectful obeisance unto all the Vaishnava devotees of the Lord who are just like desire trees and can fulfill the desires of everyone, who are full of compassion for the fallen conditioned souls. Vanchakalpadrishcha kripasindhabevacha patitanam pavanibhyo Vishnavebhyo namo namaha Nantakoti Vaishnavini ki jai. Japa class.
Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Sit properly. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram,
Stop here.
Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram. Sit properly. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Rama Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Rama Hare Krishna Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Rama Hare Krishna Hare Rama Rama Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Ram Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Ram Ram Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Ram Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Oh, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare 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 Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare 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 Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram. Sit properly. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Kr Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna 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 Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Ram Krishna 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 Ram Hare Krishna 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 Ram Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Sit properly. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna. Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare 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 Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram 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 Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Om Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Oh Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, 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 Hare Ram. Sit properly. Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Hare Rama Krishna 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 Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna 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 Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Oh, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Oh Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram. Sit properly. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna.
Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare.
नंद की आनंद बोलो जय कन्हैया लाल की। नंद की आनंद बोलो जय कन्हैया लाल की। हाथी घोड़ा पाल की जय कन्हैया लाल की। हाथी घोड़ा पाल की जय कन्हैया लाल की। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे। हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे। हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे। हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। So please, we will have Guru-Pūjā at 7:15 and 7:30 we will have the Darśana-Ārati. Okay? So please stay tuned. So face towards Prabhupada, and can you turn on all the lights? Jaya Rādhā. Not yet, Prabhu. Prabhu will come in 5 minutes. Jaya Rādhā Madanamohana Rādhā Madanamohana Radhe. Jaya Rādhā Madanamohana Radhe. Krishna 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 Hare. Krishna 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Krishna 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 Rakshama Krishna 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 Rakshama Krishna 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 Pahi Mam Krishna 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 Pahi Mam Ram Raghava Ram Raghava Ram Raghava Rakshamam Ram Raghava Ram Raghava Ram Raghava Rakshamam Ram Raghava Ram Raghava Ram Raghava Rakshamam Krishna Kesava Krishna Kesava Krishna Kesava Pahi Mam Krishna Kesava Krishna Kesava Krishna Kesava Pahi Mam Krishna 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 Hey Krishna 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 Hey Krishna 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 Rakshamam Krishna 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 Pahi Mam Ram Raghava Ram Raghava Ram Raghava Rakshamam Krishna Kesava Krishna Kesava Krishna Kesava Pahi Mam Jai Rādhā Madan Mohan Rādhā Madan Mohan Radhe 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 Jaya Radhe Jaya Radhe Jaya Radhe Jaya Shri Radhe Jaya Radhe Jaya Radhe Jaya Radhe Jaya Shri Radhe Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada
Namashritam Manamapi Shachi Putra Matra Sarupam Shirupam Tasya Grajam Uruparim Matarim Goshtavatim Radha Kundam Girivaramoho Radhika Madhavasham Tapto Yasya Pratita Kupaya Shri Gurum Tam Nakosmi Hey Guru Jnanada Dinabando Swanandavata Kodanaita Sindho Vrndavana Siyamikavata Prasiyarana Krishna Hey Dinabando Kodanaita Sindho Guru-Prasadam Mahimandamure Dakshaparade Prabhupada Radhe Tadvarakanye Sumadishya Krishne Naivo Payantya Patitim Kavayastavesha Ramayushapi Kritam Ridatu Smavanta Yotar Bahistaribritam Shubham Bhajunvam Acharya Chaitya Vapashasagatim Janaki. I bow down to the beautiful lotus feet of my spiritual master, by whose causeless mercy I have obtained the supreme holy name, the divine mantra, the service of the son of Shachi Mata, the association of Srila Sarup Damodar, Rupa Goswami and his older brother Sanatana Goswami, the supreme abode of Mathura, blissful abode of Vrndavana, the divine Radha Kund and Govardhan Hill, and the desire within my heart for the loving service of Sri Radhika and Madhava and Vrndavana. O spiritual master, O giver of divine wisdom, O friend of the fallen, O the giver of your own bliss, and you are the only ocean mercy. Although dwelling in Vrndavana, you have descended for the welfare of fallen souls like myself, and you are preaching the divine love of God for Krishna. Please be kind upon me. O friend of the lowly, O Gurudev, you are the only ocean of mercy. I am a dull fool, and have committed hundreds of thousands of offenses. I have fallen into a dense myriad of sins. Therefore grace me with your mercy, so that my mind may be fixed on your lotus feet, and on Sri Krishna. O my Lord, transcendental poets and experts in spiritual science did not fully express their indebtedness to you, even if they were endowed with the prolonged lifetime of Brahma. For you appear in two features, externally as the Acharya and internally as the Supersoul, to deliver the embodied living being by directing how to come to you. The lotus feet of our spiritual master are the only way by which can attain pure devotional service. I bow to his lotus feet with great awe and reverence. By his grace one can cross the ocean of material suffering and obtain the mercy of Krishna. Our only wish is to have our consciousness purified by the words emanating from his lotus mouth. Attachment to his lotus feet is the perfection that fulfills all desires. He opens our darkened eyes and fills our hearts with transcendental knowledge. He is our Lord, birth after birth. From him ecstatic prema emanates. By him who is destroyed. The Vedic scriptures sing of his character. Our spiritual master is the ocean mercy, the friend of the poor and the Lord and Master devotees. O Master, be merciful unto us. Give us the shade of your lotus feet. Your fame is spread all over the two worlds. We take shelter of your lotus feet. Sri Guru Charana Padma Hivalabha Sahati Sadma. Radha Shiva Sari. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jai Radha Madanamohana, Radha Madanamohana, Radhe. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jai Radhe, Jai Shri Radhe. Jai Krishna, Jai Krishna, Krishna. Jai Krishna, Jai Shri Krishna. Jai Krishna, Jai Krishna, Krishna, Jai Krishna, Jai Shri Krishna. Jai Krishna, Jai Krishna, Krishna, Jai Krishna, Jai Shri Krishna. Jai Radhe, Jai Radhe, Radhe, Jai Radhe, Jai Shri Radhe. Jai Radhe, Jai Radhe, Radhe, Jai Radhe, Jai Shri Radhe. Jai Radhe, Jai Radhe, Radhe, Jai Radhe, Jai Shri Radhe. Jai Radhe, Jai Radhe, Radhe, Jai Radhe, Jai Shri Radhe. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Go, everybody! Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Vaishnava-takura Doyara-sagara Vedase koruna-kori Oh hey Vaishnava-takura Doyara-sagara Diya Parachaya Shorohe Amai Tomara Charana Gori Diya Parachaya Shorohe Amaya Tomara Charana Gori Jaya Bhigaduni Jaya Dosha Shodi Jaya Guna Dasi Jaya Satsanga Deho e amare Goshati Sangera Ekaki Amar Nai Parvalo Harinama Sankirtane Ekaki Amar Nai Parvalo Harinama Sankirtane Tumi Kripa Kori Sharavindu Diho Krishna Namakane Krishna se tomar Krishna dite paro Tamara Shakti Ache Krishna Krishna Boli Gaita Pache Pache Krishna Krishna Boli Gaita Pache Pache Oh hey Vaishnava Thakur Doyara Sagara Dase Koruna Kori Ore Vaishnava Thakura Doyara Sagara Dase Koruna Kori Jaya Vaishnava Thakur Vaishnava Thakur Vaishnava Thakur Jaya Vaishnava Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Ujjvala Varana Pura Paradeha Tulasī-ārati Nirākula Baba Videha Tulasī-ārati Tribhuvanapa Vatna Kripailesham Champa Shati Sanaya Gadgaram Tara Baba Vikara Suyam Nakarjana Nara Vishalam Baba Baya Bhajana Karam Kakarudam Tamprana Mamicha Shri Shati Sanayam Haranam Bharadara Charita Pola Indu Vinindika Nakachaya Shiram Jotita Nijagita Nama Vinodam Shavana Mamisha Shishati Kanayam Digalita Nayana Kamala Jaladara Krishna Navarasa Bhava Vikara Yati Yati Mantara Vidya Vilasam Tatvara Mamisha Shishati Sandayam Shankala Chari Charana Gati Rikira Manjira Ranjita Parajita Madhura Chandra Vinindita Shitala Varanam Sambharam Micha Shishati Kanaya Sakti Tora Kamandali Chanda Divya Kalevara Mudita Vinda Sujana Kalmasha Kandana Dandam Damprana Mamisha Shishati Kanaya Laktavalita Shantika Vindhara Varadishira Laya Javira Chitta Vijala Tilakam Tambrana Mamicha Shishati Kanayam Dita Kamala Dalanayana Ajadulam Dita Shiv Jayagala Levara Kaishona Nartakya Vesha Champana Mamisha Shishati Kanaya Vaisesika. Shri Vrndavana ki Jaya. Dibbabari Bolo Hari Hari Mukunda Murari Rama Krishna Hayati Vrndavana Madusudana Prajenganandana Syama Bhutana Katana Vaitava Sadhana Jaya Kasarati Rama Yashoda Dulala Govinda Gopala Vrndavana Purandara Koti Priyajana Kalika Ramana Purana Sundara Bhaja Damana Kakara Makana Kakara Gopi Jana Vasahari Sajena Nakana Gopa Vrndavana Sita Hari Vasilari Yogitra Bandana Nandana Vrndavana Vayahari Nagi Nagi Rādhā Rupa Manohara Mohana Bhanti Vihari Yashoda Nandana Kasani Sudana Nikundara Savilasi Kadambatanana Rasaparayana Vrindavipina Nilasi Anandavardhana Premani Ketana Tulasī-ārati Gopangana Chitta Vinodana Samasta Gunagana Jamuna Jivana Keliparayana Manasa Chandra Chatora Samsudana Krishna Gato Bhajana Madanamohana Hare Krishna Go Premanande Krishna De Baba Bantam Krishna De Baba Bantam Krishna De Baba Bantam Para Pankajamakarande Raja Pankaj Makarande. Krishna Deva Pavandam Vande. Yadapi Samadhishu Vikirapi Pashyati. Nakavanakagramarishim. Krishna Deva Bhavantam Vande. Idam Chani Visham Yatavachita. Tadapi Advutavishim. Krishna Deva Bhavantam Vande. Krishna Deva Bhavantam Vande. Yapi Madhava. Natvai Mama Dila Matri. Krishna Deva Bhavantam Vande. Parameshvara Tathāda Pita Badika. Guru Datta Dattana Vidatri. Krishna Deva Bhavantam Vande. Krishna Deva Bhavantam Krishna Deva Bhavantam Vande. Vasati Nityavi Amrita Nindati. Kindan Madhurima Saram. Krishna Deva Bhavantam Vande. Krishna Deva Bhavantam Vande. Krishna Deva Bhavantam Vande. Krishna Deva Bhavantam Vande. O Lord Krishna, I offer my obeisances unto you. Please fix my bee-like mind in the nectar of your lotus feet. O Achyuta, although the great Lord Brahma, in his trance of samadhi, is unable to see even a particle of the effulgence emanating from the tips of the nails of your lotus feet, still I desire this vision, for I have heard of the wonderful waves of your mercy. O Madhava, although my devotion for you does not come forth even a tiny bit, because you are the Supreme Lord above all. You are the accomplisher of the impossible. O Sanatana, your lotus feet surpass even the nectar of the gods. finding in this lotus flower of your feet the essence of sweetness which is endowed with truly wonderful mellows. I pray that today the bee of my mind may eternally reside there. Krishna Deva Bhajan. Bhagavatam class. Which way we go? Over here, over there? No, where's the Srimad Bhagavatam class today? Here only? Here itself. Thank you, sir. Somebody, sweet. Before this comes, quick. 5 seconds or less, part. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Yeah. Better book a good space because we'll be here all night. Please move up and make sure that there's space for others. Everyone today can take responsibility for making sure that everyone around them is comfortable. That'll be a nice meditation. Bring some extra mats and put them here so we don't have to pull ones from there. Give Deva Vrata Prabhu. Anybody here on the infield? Hare Krishna. Is everyone comfortable? Okay, literally we'll be here all night. Hare Krishna, Jaya Rādhā, Madhava, Jaya Kunja Bihari. Jaya Rādhā, Madhava, Jaya Kunja Bihari. Gopi Janna Vallabha, Jaya Giri-Varadhari. Gopi Janna Vallabha, Jaya Giri-Varadhari. Yashodanandana Vraja Jana Yashodanandana Vraja Jana Yashodanandana Vraja Jana Yashodanandana Vraja Jana Jamuna Tiravanachari. Jamuna Tira Bhamachari. The bag, instrument bag. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. More Maha Mantra. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. One more time. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Premanande Nitai Gaura Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Nitai Gaura Hari Bo. So many of you may have noticed today is not an ordinary day. There are more decorations. And now, it's 8:20 in the morning. We're setting up for an Abhiśeka. And what's behind all this? Today is Janmashtami. This is the beauty of being a devotee of Krishna. And that is, we get to wholeheartedly celebrate the day that he appeared in the world, and we can put our whole heart and soul into it, and we feel satisfied. Devotees for weeks have been preparing, actually for months, even throughout the whole year, preparing for this day. And that's rightly done, because everything in the world is paraphernalia meant to glorify Krishna. And we can garner that paraphernalia and bring it to offer to Krishna. Now, if one doesn't know who Krishna is, that makes it a little more difficult. If one thinks that God is something impersonal, and as Krishna mentions in the Bhagavad Gita, there are various conceptions that people have. Pratakvena, he says, some people see that they are God or Krishna, and they do worship of themselves. Other people think that all the demigods are the same, and it doesn't matter which form you worship because it all leads to an impersonal realization and emerging into the Supreme. And some people worship the universe. However, Krishna very kindly reveals himself so that we can worship him. In the Bhagavad Gita, he says this is commonsensical, because if you worship the demigods, there's a way in which any benediction they give you comes from Krishna anyway. And although Shukadeva Goswami in the beginning of the Srimad Bhagavatam tells Parikshit Maharaj that he should see the entire universe as the body of the Lord, this vision is refined more and more as the chapters go further in the Srimad Bhagavatam, and that is that one comes to see that the Lord is standing within the heart. And then as one comes in contact with pure devotees of the Lord, one adopts a very special mood, which is that of appreciating God's private life in his own dham, Nija dham. The material world is somewhere off in a far-flung place in the universe. We may think we're in Silicon Valley, but not to freak anybody out this early in the morning, but we're actually on a tiny little planet spinning in a universe that's so vast that we can not comprehend it with our limited sense of measurement. And this universe is just a tiny mustard seed in a bag of mustard seeds, not the small kind of bag like you take into your kitchen, but the big kind like you find on the back of a lorry in India, those big trucks that say, use deep and use horn, sound horn, the kind of big bag that would come off the back of one of those trucks, full of mustard seeds. And this universe that we're in is just one tiny mustard seed out of billions of other mustard seeds. And those who are in the material world, for those who are in the material world, there's good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first? We can't tell. Some said bad, some said good. In any case, Prabhu, there's flowers showering from the sky, so you have some special status today. It's the second flower that fell on his head from the heavens. Well, Krishna says the bad news is this material world is fraught with birth, death, old age, and disease. The good news is that in this world, one can develop pure love for God in his original form as Krishna in the spiritual world in his own dham called Nija dham. And especially from this earth planet, as we'll hear throughout the day today, the story unfolding about Krishna's appearance on this planet, which is the middle of the universe. In fact, Naimisharanya is the exact middle of the universe. Just as the spokes of a wheel may radiate out from a single point, so Naimisharanya is that point, and this planet is in the middle of the universe. And Krishna comes to his favorite place where he feels home. God has various features based on the way he's interacting with other people, with the devotees. For some, he's impersonal. For some, he comes as death. For some, he's the super soul within the heart. For others, he's the opulent Lord of Vaikuntha. But for those who are most fortunate, Shukadeva Goswami says in the pastime of Agasura, itam satam brahmasakana buddhya dasyam gatanam paradaivatena mayashitanam naradarakena sakamvraja rukrita punya punjaha. Some people worship the impersonal Brahman. They conceive of God in an amorphous way. And others worship God in opulence, in Vaikuntha. And others who are in the material world, their vision covered by the modes of material nature. Krishna says, Avajananti mam mudha manusham tanamashritam parambhav majananto mamaviyam anutamam. He says, they cannot understand how I appear in a human-like form. But some sakamvrajaru krita punya punja, because they're extremely fortunate having gained heaps and heaps of bhakti unmukhi sukriti by the association of pure devotees. They understand that Krishna has his own planet, his own life, and to invite everyone to come back to that place, he appears in the world. Anugrahaya bhaktanam manusham dehamastita bhajite tadrisha kridha yashutva tatparo bhavet. You knew that was coming. Anugrahaya bhaktanam, in order to give special mercy to everybody in the world, Krishna appears in his original form and he performs his pastimes. That's good for those who are able to join those pastimes the time he appears, and it's good for those who hear about them afterwards, because there's no difference between being in Krishna's pastimes when he's personally present and hearing about them even here in Silicon Valley 5,000 years after Krishna's appeared. The Janmashtami is a time when we slow down with everything else we're doing. Call in sick. Anybody here call in sick? You're on film, by the way. Your boss is home watching it. Hey, wait a minute. And we take all our energy and we focus it. All our energy and focus it. We focus our minds, our hearts, everything we have on remembering Krishna's personal form and the way he appears in the world. Is there any benefit to that? Krishna says in a succinct way in the Bhagavad Gita, Janma karma chame divyam evam yo viti tattvata tyakva deham punarjanma naiti mam eti surjuna. And that is that if you're able to transfer your attention to me and understand my nature, then you won't stay in the material world. This is the secret to success. It's not something foreign to us because we know that we give our attention somewhere. But in Bhakti Yoga, we transfer our attention and our affection to Krishna. So the Abhiśeka that's about to take place is a celebration that takes place in Vraj or Vrndavana. After Krishna takes birth, which he does from Yashoda, and we'll talk more about this, I hope, later, because Krishna appears in two ways, one as Vasudeva from Devaki's womb, apparently womb, but he doesn't appear like an ordinary child, especially there in Mathura. He appears with a crown on his head. He has a disc and a club and all the emblems of Narayan. But in Gokula, in Vrndavana, at Nanda Maharaj's house, he's the king of Vrndavana, and we'll talk about that also later. Krishna actually takes birth, seemingly like an ordinary child, although he's no ordinary child at all. Why? Because he wants to evoke the affection of the devotees who relate to him in various moods of relationship. And the prominent mood that comes during his birth is Vatsalya Ras. And so the Abhiśeka is a celebration of Krishna's taking birth in the world, And there's a way that he's bathed and celebrated, and all the residents of Gokula throw yogurt and butter on each other. They decorate everything with flowers. Nanda Maharaj dresses up with a special turban and then a crown on top of the special turban, puts rings on every finger and every toe. He's over 80 years old, and he just had a son. And this is the Abhiśeka, which will start in 30 seconds, that we'll be celebrating. So we can all turn towards the altar, and then we'll have some chanting during the Abhiśeka. And those who have a kalash to offer, they can offer now. And then just afterwards, we're going to continue the Srimad Bhagavatam class, and it will go until midnight. Gaur Premanande Haribo. We're going to need Kirtan. Chant for 15.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare
collect your Abhiśeka lunch from outside, you can stand in the queue. Thank you.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. A little louder, please. Guru
Gopinath, Gopinath, Mama Nivedana Suno, Mama Nivedana Suno.
pace papiraro.
Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Madanamohana, Madanamohana, Radhe. Nitai Gora Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Gora Hari Bo.
Chakshuramilitam jena tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Tadati swapadantikam Vandeham Sri Guru Sri Uta Padakamalam Sri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Sri Rupam Sagrajatam Sagana Raghunatham Vitam Tam Sajivam Sadvetam Sadvatutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Sri Rādhā Krishna Padam Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakhanvitam Scha He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dinabandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshware Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Vancha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhyevacha Patitanam Bhavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. You can make a seat for Swami's Giriraj Maharaj, as in if you build it, he will come. We're continuing our celebration of Śāstra Janmashtami. On this day, Krishna appears in the world, but only apparently, because as we know from Srimad Bhagavatam, Yata yavihito vanir darushveka svayonishu naneva bhati vishvatma bhuteshu cha tata puman ekopya saura charitam jagaranda kotim yat shakti rasti jagaranda chaya yaranta andantarasta paramanu chayantarastam govindamari purusham tamaham bhajami. The Bhagavatam gives the example that just as fire pervades wood, so similarly, the supersoul, yata yavahito vanir darushveka, in the daru, in the wood, darushveka sayonishu, this fire is already there, ready to come out at any time. Naneva bhati vishvatma bhuteshu chatapuman. So similarly, Krishna, the Supreme Soul, pervades everything. And we had also Brahma Samhita, Ekop, Yashora, Charitam Jagaranda Kotim, Yat Shakti Rasti, Jagarandaya, Chayayaranta. Andantarasta, Paramanu Chayantarastam, Govindamari Purusham Tamaham Bhajami. He's entered within every atom of the creation. We know from the Sri Brahma Samhita and the Bhagavatam the ways in which Krishna expands himself, Eko Bahusham, the one has become many. And he first expands into Balaram, then the Chaturvyuha, and then Mahashankarshan, the second Chaturvyuha, and then the Purusha avatars expand and manifest the material world and enter into it. Kshirodakshai Vishnu is there within every atom of the material world. And Krishna is all-pervading, as he says in the Bhagavad Gita, even Mayata tamidam sarvam jagadavyakta murtina stani starvabhutani nachaham teshvavashtitaha. He declares that even though he's in one place, still he pervades everything. So the idea of Krishna birthday. Are you here because this is Krishna's birthday? Because this is the day he appeared in the world? So he already appeared in the world, he's already there, but today's the day that he performs his Leela of coming out. He's already here. It's not that he descends from the spiritual world, but he's already here complete in himself, and he can manifest himself at any time, and he does so for the pleasure of his devotees. So the Srimad Bhagavatam leads up to the appearance of Krishna through 9 cantos. And there's a conundrum in the world by the time we get to the 10th canto. And that is that the world's become overburdened by the unnecessary defense force of many kings who are only acting as kings. Kings are meant to be Raja Rishis, but these so-called kings are actually demoniac personalities who had come to take refuge of the earth, to combine their forces here and to misuse the resources of the material world. Bhumi herself is happy to give unlimited resources. But when people misuse those resources for sense gratification, as we know from the 4th canto with Prithu Maharaj, Bhumi was reluctant, Prithvi, the earth, to give resources. Prithu Maharaj had to threaten her, actually. But as Kunti says in her prayers, when the Lord's walking the earth, what is the verse? When the Lord is walking the earth and Bhumi is feeling ecstasy, there are flowing rivers, the minerals are abundant, everything's available, and there's a profusion of all the necessities of life. So the demoniac sometimes accumulate due to upsurge in the mode of ignorance. And this we find as a gradual degradation of the kings come into power, and the earth was in an imbalanced state. Bhumi was crying and feeling the burden of these bad rulers, and went to Brahma to pray for help. Brahma then went to the shore of the Milk Ocean. There are 2 places Brahma resides. One is at the top of the universe, Satyaloka. That's a longer flight. There's a shorter flight here. It's mentioned in the Bhagavatam that was not only a long way to go, but also Kukudmi was there with his daughter trying to find a suitable match. And Brahma, even then, was engaged in watching a musical performance by 2 Gandharvas. And so she approached Brahma within the confines of this universe, and then they went to the shore of the Milk Ocean, and Brahma, as their leader, offered a prayer in the form of Purusha Sukta, which is one of the prayers that in 1975 in Chicago, Rohini Kumar Prabhu, who's one of the founders of ISV from the early days, he was always a pundit, and he had brought forth the Purusha Sukta prayers and the Brahma Samhita, which was much more rare back then. Only a few people knew it or were chanting it. We'd only had the verses recently from Pradyumna. It was mostly there in Devanagari, and he was transliterating them. But Purusha Sukta, that was unknown to most. But at the installation of several sets of deities and the initiation of quite a few devotees in Chicago, back when it was on Emerson Street, back in the good old days, and Prabhupada was there for the yajna, Rohini had organized chanting of the Purusha Sukta and the Brahma Samhita during the yajna. Sahasra Shirja Purusaha Sahasraksha Sahasrabha Sabhuming Vishwato Vritvat Attitishtat Shangulam Purusheve Rangung Sarvam Yadbhutam Yadshtabhavyam Itam Vrittat Vishashanaha Yadananati Rohati. And afterwards Prabhupada said that he liked it very much. It's also mentioned in the Sri Chaitanya Bhagavat that during the time in which Chaitanya Mahaprabhu sat on the throne at Srivas Angam, at Srivas Thakur's house, and revealed his godhood, and he invited everyone to come and bathe him, he said to Srivas, sing that bathing song. And Vrndavana Thakur says that the Vaishnavas know all these songs. It's not that they're ignorant of all these rituals, although they chant Hare Krishna. So Srivas Thakur and others, they chanted the Purusha Sukta, and Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, as Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was being bathed by the different devotees in Abhiśeka. So it's a well-known set of verses, and Brahma chanted those with the demigods. Can you imagine what that sounded like? They were standing at the shore of ocean milk. It's one of the ways we know to approach Krishna is through various prayers. If we chant notable prayers, those that are approved by the acharyas, Prabhupada speaks about this, how there are various acharyas who are accepted by all, and they write bhajans like Narottam Das Thakur, Bhaktivinoda Thakur, and we sing those. We sang Gopinath. It's really beautiful just now. And then Krishna hears us following in the footsteps of the previous acharyas and singing these songs, and he responds. So at the milk ocean, he responded also, but only in a way that Brahma could hear. Of course, it's mentioned there that there was a vibration in the sky, but the consensus is that that vibration was heard from within the heart of Lord Brahma, who then gave the message to the attending dignitaries, the demigods who had accumulated there, along with Bhumi, praying for Krishna to appear in the world. And he said, yes, I'll appear. He said, in order to assist me in the pastimes, tat priyartam is the word used, that you appear before me, you all come to take birth in the Yadu dynasty, and you become the caste. Krishna, as mentioned by Queen Kunti, nato natya daroyata. He's like an actor on a stage. Krishna's always transcendental. He never touches the material energy, but he comes here and he appears sometimes, for instance, when he's fighting with various demons. Krishna was in the form of the boar, and he fought with Hiranyaksha, golden-eyed one. And at one point in their fight, Hiranyaksha had struck a blow to Lord Boar, and he had dropped his club, and everyone was concerned. It was a drama. And similarly, when Krishna and the members of Dwarka were fighting against Shalva, Krishna for a moment appeared to be bewildered by Shalva's mystic powers, in which he showed that, oh, I have your father, Vasudeva, watch as I kill him. He apparently decapitated him, and Krishna appeared to lament for a moment like an ordinary person. These are all the way he plays the part, says Queen Kunti. So Krishna asks others to come to play various roles in the caste of characters who will be there to support Krishna's Leela. So he asked that the various demigods take roles here in the world so that he would appear and he would perform his pastimes. So then the Srimad Bhagavatam begins with a discussion, first of all, between Parikshit Maharaj and Shukadev Goswami about who's qualified to hear this story. And what's so important about the story, just by hearing about Krishna's appearance in the world, as we left off before the Abhiśeka, and understanding his transcendental nature, Tyakva deham punarjanma naiti. One doesn't take birth again here in the material world, but rather by hearing it, by understanding Krishna's transcendental position, then one goes back home, back to Godhead. And Parikshit Maharaj says, Nivrittatar Rupagiyamana Bhavaushadach Chotra Manobhiramat Ka Uttama Shloka Gunan Varnat Puman Virajeti Vina Pashugnat. That everyone can hear this, because there's an answer to the question that the sages made at the very beginning, make at the very beginning of Srimad Bhagavatam. Who is there in this world who won't listen to this? Because it's being described in the first section of the Bhagavatam that this is deathless nectar. Apana samsutim goran yanama vivashogranan tata sadyo vimucheta ya bibheti swayam bayam. That just by hearing Krishna's names or chanting Krishna's names, even if you do it by accident, then you become liberated. You are free from all fear. It's deathless nectar. So the sages at Naimisharanya, who are hearing from Sutta Goswami all about Krishna and his pastimes, they feel so fortunate to be there. They said, and Sutta feels fortunate to be with them. After hearing all their questions, he says, Munayak sadhu prishtohan bhavadbir lokamangalam yakrita Krishna samprashno yinatma suprasidati. He says that your questions are glorious because they relate to the welfare of all living beings. Munayak sadhu. Sadhu means it's very good. It's first-class questions. All the munis are asking. Munayak sadhu prishtoham bhavadbir lokamangalam. And lokamangalam means the questions that you're asking, they bring auspiciousness to everybody in the world. Yakrita Krishna samprashno yinatma suprasidati. Such questions, when you listen to the questions and the answers, they satisfy the hearts of everybody completely. So the sages also ask, Kova bhagavatas tasya punya shloke dyakarmana. Who is there out there that won't be interested in hearing this? And the answer comes at the very beginning of the pastime of Krishna's appearance in the world. He says, Nivrittatarshya. First he says the people who will be interested in hearing it. Nivrittatarshya upagiyamana means those who are no longer attracted to the material world. Kind of faded for them, wore off. It's like, I'm not so into it anymore. Their only interest is Krishna, going back to Godhead. Nivrittatarshya, no more thirst for the temporary. Upagiyamana, bhavaushadach chotarmano biramat. For them, hearing the Bhagavatam, the story we're about to hear from the Bhagavatam about Krishna appearing in the world, it's a bhava ashaudi. It's medicine. If you're suffering from a disease and you meet a doctor who can cure the disease, oh, what a happy day. What to speak. Sometimes diseases go undiagnosed for many years. Isn't that frustrating? No one knows what it is. You go to many doctors, you pay your premium, plus your copay, whatever it is, and then you go in and it's like, I have no idea. It's like, thanks a lot. I'm glad this cost me $100,000 a year just to pay insurance so you can tell me you don't know what it is. But the Bhagavatam diagnosis, what is the disease, is bhavarog. Bhavarog means this involvement with the material nature, which is called bhava. Bhava means that which is always changing. It's never the same. It's always morphing into something else by the magic of the three modes of material nature. Everything here in the world constantly changing, and we're always vexed by our involvement in the material world and have to undergo birth, death, old age, and disease. Not very good, right? Okay, 2 people think that's not very good. Everybody else is tired. So, Bhavaushada chota manobirama. He says, this is medicine, Parikshit Maharaj is saying, medicine that everybody can take. He's warming up everybody that now you can take this special medicine. Bhavaushada chota manobirama. How can you take it? Through the ear. And who won't take it? He answers the question. He says, those who are killing poor animals. A lifestyle which is urged by, motivated by the mode of ignorance. Poor little animals, and people want to kill them just to watch them suffer, and then they relish eating their flesh. So people who do that, who are in that mode, they can't understand this. They can't even hear it. They're not interested, nor are they here today. And also he says those who are killing themselves, because the soul sometimes is called the animal. And those who don't take to spiritual life, they while away their time in the valuable human life, which Krishna says is so valuable. Labham sadurlabham yudam bahusambhavante manushya martadam anityam apihadira. So it's so rare to get a human form of life. And when you get it, although it's temporary, you can trade it in for something eternal. That's the best deal you can possibly get anywhere. You're given something temporary, but then you say, if you want to trade this in, you can get something that lasts forever. And nityam apihadira, it's something that wise people do. So those who are in the process of killing themselves, as the Sri Upanishad also says, Asurya namate loka andina tamasavrita tamste pratyabhigachanti yeke chatma hano janaha. Means the killer of the soul, whoever may be, must what? Enter the darkest planets, regions of ignorance. They're killing themselves. They're called Atma Ha. Krishna is known as Keshi Ha. Keshi Ha means one who killed Keshi. So this Atma Ha means somebody who kills himself, because here's deathless nectar. All you have to do is drink it. How do I drink it? You just sit there and listen. No thanks. Not interested. So Parikshit Maharaj is saying, this is amazing. Nivrittatarshad upagiyamana. A beautiful sound it is. You can hear the story and the descriptions of Krishna's pastimes. It's so beautiful. Bhavaushadach, and then it'll act as medicine. Shotramano binamanas. It goes into the ear and it enters the heart. So this is the beginning of the introduction to the story about Krishna appearing in the world. That this will, hearing it, just giving audience as sages listening in Naimisaranya, then they become free from birth, death, old age, and disease. This story of Krishna is so powerful. Who would have thought that just by hearing a story you could become liberated from the world and attain your heart's desire? Your heart's desire will be fulfilled by hearing the story. So the story begins with the marriage of Devaki and Vasudeva. And weddings are big celebrations. Everybody comes. And at this wedding, Devaki's brother was so excited about her being married that he dismissed the driver of her chariot. Said, no, I'm going to drive, just to show my affection. And as he was driving the chariot, there was an Akashvani, which means a voice that came from the sky. And it announced, Kamsa, you're a fool. Because although you're taking care of your sister with such love, actually, her 8th offspring will kill you. And Shukadeva Goswami describes that demons are self-interested. So when he heard that, he gave up all of his sense of service to his sister, and he grabbed her hair, and with the other hand, he picked up his sword, and he wanted to decapitate her on the chariot with an audience of tens of thousands of people during her wedding, on her wedding day, just after she'd been married and she was on her way home. There are maidservants there following. There are bands playing. Vasudev's a prince, so this was a huge affair. And there he is standing. He immediately gives up his service-like demeanor, grabs her hair, and then pulls out the sword and wants to kill her. So now Vasudev begins to reason with him, and he says, this is not going to look good on your resume. Who's going to appreciate this? Demons are so afraid of death and of losing what they have, they'll do anything to keep it. So although Vasudev, who is dispassionate in a way, he was able to speak logically. He told Kamsa that there is karma for this, you know. We find out later that Kamsa is not unfamiliar with the idea of karma, because after he killed Vasudeva and Devaki's sons, he said, oh, well, anyway, it's your karma. It's my karma, it's your karma too, so don't worry about it. But even at that time, when Vasudeva told him that you're going to get serious karma for this, even that didn't dissuade him. So finally, he made a compromise, and he said, anyway, it's the 8th son, and I'll just hand over my son, so you don't have to worry. And Vasudeva was known as such a truthful person that Kamsa believed him. When someone tells the truth all the time, this is in the Yoga Sutra, Patanjali Muni talks about mystic powers that living entities can develop. If someone's so truthful that they always tell the truth in all circumstances, even when it's inconvenient, they develop a city that everyone believes whatever they say. And Vasudeva had that because he was so truthful. And Kamsa believed him. It reminds me of how Srinivasa Acharya glorifies the 6 Goswamis of Vrndavana. And he says that those who are gentle and those who are, as it's translated, ruffians, it means high-class people and even low-class people, they respected the Goswamis because they knew they were pure-hearted and truthful. So Kamsa then went back to driving the chariot. They went back home, and the first son was born, Kirtiman, from the womb of Devaki. And Vasudeva said, anyway, here he is. I promised, and take the child. And then Kamsa had said, no, anyway, it's the 8th child. It's not this one. But there was some interference by Narada. Narada had approached Kamsa and said, actually, how do you know which is going to be 8th son? Are you doing it by chronology, or are you counting numbers? And he put out some 8 pieces of clay, and he said, so which is the eighth one? Because they were in a circle. And he said, well, this one, he said, well, that could be the first or the eighth. He confused him. And he also told him that, actually, you can't believe what those devas say anyway. It could be any of them. And Kamsa got into a state of confusion and anxiety so that he wanted to kill all the children. So then, one by one, he killed the children. And some people ask, so why did Narada do this? Because, first of all, Narada had inside information. He knew that the 6 sons that are coming from Devaki were called the Sadgarbha Asuras. And it goes to previous life. When Kamsa was in his previous life Kalanemi, he had been killed by Vishnu. And in that incarnation, he had these sons who were grandsons, incidentally, of Hiranyakashipu. What a nice family. And they independently decided that they wanted to go get an MBA and become independently powerful. And they went to Brahma, just like Hiranyakashipu had, and they did all their austerities, and then they asked Brahma for benediction, and they said, you protect us from all kinds of incidental death, big insurance policy, that I won't be killed by humans, by devas, by animals. And they got the same kind of benediction from Brahma that Hiranyakashipu. But when Hiranyakashipu heard about it, he became so angry that he disowned them. Not only did he disown them, he said, in your next life, because of estranging yourself from me and my power, because demons, they want everything to come from them. Everything's their idea and a result of their association. So he said, next life, you'll be born from the womb of Devaki, and you'll be killed by your present father, who will take birth in the next life as Kamsa. And Narada also told Kamsa that in your previous life, you were Kalanemi, and Vishnu kills you, and he's going to do it again. And he's very crafty, so don't take any chances. Narada knew that the 6 sons were destined to be killed one after another, and that, of course, later they would be liberated. And he also wanted to expedite the pastimes of Krishna. He wanted to speed things up. And as mentioned in the Bhagavatam, many of the associates of the Lord, who were even pure devotees like Akura and others, had stayed in the employ of Kamsa. Many fled, because Kamsa was such a horrible person that many headed for the hills. But some stayed in the employ of Kamsa because they wanted front row seats. They knew what was coming. Krishna's going to appear here, and I want to watch it all. And that's the same mood in which Narada had perpetrated this, or instigated Kamsa's speeding up his killing of the sons of Vasudeva and Devaki. One after another, he killed them. And this is mentioned by Lord Kapiladeva in the 3rd canto, that the Lord appears for the benefit of his devotees. It's similar, but has a little more explanation to yada yada hi dharmasya glanhir bhavati bharata abhyutanam dharmasya tadatmanam srujamyaham. That is, from time to time, Krishna comes in order to cut down the miscreants and to uplift the devotees. And he's equal to everybody, he says in the Bhagavad Gita. Samoham sarvabhuteshu name dveshostina priya. Ye bhajanti tumam bhaktya mayi te teshu chapyaham. So I'm equal to everybody. But if somebody's my devotee, they live in me and I live in them. And there's a very intimate connection. And for the demons, he's not envious of them also, either. As we know from the Laghu Bhagavatamrita and from the Srimad Bhagavatam, when Parikshit Maharaj asked, is God partial? It seems like he's always supporting Indra and his friends. And Shukadeva Goswami says, no, he's not partial. It's just that some people take advantage of his mercy and others don't. One way or another, people get mercy when they come in contact with Krishna. He gives the example that sometimes in school, it appears that the teacher is giving preference to one student over another. But if one looks into it, you'll find that, well, one student studied, the other one didn't. One got a good grade and the other one didn't because one stayed up and watched videos all night and the other one actually studied. Is that partial? No, the teacher reciprocates with the attitude and the qualification of the student. So Krishna, when he appears, for the demons, he becomes like fire. Because they cause friction among his devotees and amongst the people of the world, so Krishna acts like fire. Yata yavahito vanir darushwe kasva yonishu naneva bhati vishvatma bhuteshu chatatapuman. He's there everywhere. He pervades everything, just like fire pervades wood. And when there's friction caused by the demons, then Krishna comes out and he kills the demons. So Krishna had appeared just after Balaram, as we discussed last week even, right? Because after the 6 sons who had previously been the sons of Kalanemi, who were called the Shadgarbha Asuras, who incidentally, our acharyas tell us something very interesting. They represent Kam, Krodh, Lobh, Mada, Moha, and Matsarya. Those aren't good. Kam means lust, Krodh means anger, Lobh means greed, Mada means madness, like being crazy, Moha means deep illusion, and Matsarya means envy. You don't want that one. It's the worst. And in order to hear the Bhagavatam, we hear at the very beginning of the Bhagavatam, Dharma prochita kaitavo traparamo nirmatsaranam satam. Who can listen? Again, we're finding out the qualifications. Somebody can enter. Nirmatsaranam means that somebody's free from envy, the dread disease of envy. Nirmatsaranam satam. They're truthful. They're sincere. So the Sadgarbha Asuras represent these various qualities. They were born actually from the mind of Marichi, and in the pastime of Krishna, as they're killed one after another by Kamsa, these obstacles are removed from the life of the devotee, in this case, Devaki. And Devaki was always in a state of fear because she feared that her child, that Krishna would appear and then Kamsa would kill him. What to speak of her other children? And Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur says that we similarly should always be in a state of some fear. Fear of being overwhelmed by the material existence. It's a prerequisite for making advancement in spiritual life, is to be a little afraid of Maya. Prabhupada once said that this is the problem with my students, my disciples, is they're not fearful enough of Maya. They may take it for granted. The moment that we take Maya for granted, we think we're entitled or we're liberated. When she knocks on the door, like my friend bought a second vacuum cleaner. His wife got home and said, "What'd you do that for? We already had one." Like, couldn't help it. Salesperson was so expert. Think and pick up a bowling ball. And similarly, Maya, if we open the door, it was like, okay, go ahead, tell me what your pitch is. Next thing you know, how'd you get into that? Like, oh, I listened, I leaned into it. So one should be reticent when it comes to engaging with Maya. And the surcharged atmosphere at that time in Mathura, Devaki was very much afraid of the dastardly activities of Kamsa. And in her fear of material existence, the various obstacles were overcome and represented by the Sadgarbha Asuras. So then Balaram, as we know, took birth in the womb, or appeared in the womb of Devaki, but then by Krishna's instruction to Yogamaya, was attracted to the womb of Rohini, his actual mother. So why did he appear first in the womb of Devaki? Because he purifies the environment so that Krishna can appear. Then, so that was the 7th. And of course, Kamsa, even though confused a little bit, we got really confused because it was known that when the child was transferred from her womb to the womb of Rohini, and nobody knew that, except for Krishna and Yogamaya, then they said that she had a miscarriage. So, are you supposed to count that or not? Because the demigod said the 8th offspring would be the one that would kill you, to Kamsa. So then, of course, there's a story from the Gopal Champu that describes how in Nandagram, Parjanya had 5 sons: Abhinandan, Nanda, Sunanda. Who are the other 2? Oh, Upananda, we can't forget him. Upananda and? I said Nandan. Anyway, there's 5 sons, but Nanda and Upananda are especially important because Upananda was the eldest son of Parjanya, and he was to take over the kingdom. So at the time when he was to take over the kingdom, he came before all the citizens, and then he pointed to his younger brother Nanda, and he said, actually, although I'm supposed to take over, I know everybody loves Nanda the most. And to please all the citizens, Nanda should be the king. And everyone smiled and cheered. And Upananda, in utter goodwill, offered the kingdom to Nanda, who became Nanda Maharaj, the king of Nandagram and of Vrndavana. So everybody was happy for a long time. And when Nanda was about 80 years old, people started to feel a little depressed. Why do you think they felt depressed? Because he didn't have a son. King without a son, that's a problem. And therefore, the residents of Nandagram began to perform some karmakandic sacrifices in order for Nanda to have a son. Mostly people, they pray that they do sacrifices so that they can have a son or a daughter and have offspring. But they were doing sacrifices for Nanda so that he could have a son, because everyone wanted to see him have a son, which no son had come forth for him. So Nanda had a discussion with Yashoda. She came and said, you know, so many people are performing yagyas right now in order for you to have a son. And he said, it won't work. She said, why won't it work? He said, I have to tell you something confidential. And that is that I've been having these dreams. And in the dreams, and I almost hesitate to say this because it sounds like blasphemy. This child appears, and he's more beautiful than Narayan. It's like, how could he be more charming and beautiful than Narayan? Narayan's God. But still, in my dreams, I'm seeing this little child with chubby cheeks and red lips and beautiful lotus eyes, and he's so charming that he attracts the attention of everybody in the universe. And he's more opulent than Narayan. So I can't even say that practically. And then Yashoda says, oh, I'm having the same kind of dreams. And then not only that, sometimes when I'm walking, I feel someone pulling at my sari. And I look back, I feel like a child is pulling at me. And I wonder, who is this child who's appearing in my dreams? And then I feel him tugging at my sari as I walk along. So as they collaborated, they decided that we should do something about this. I have to have a son. Karmakanda won't do it. I've heard in the Shastra, if you follow the Ekadashi and the Dwadashi day perfectly, for 1 year, the Lord will give you anything that you want. He said, yes, we'll follow this vow. So for 1 year, they followed the Dwadashi Vrat, which means those who very strictly follow Ekadashi, they actually fast the day before Ekadashi, and then they fast on Ekadashi, no water. And then on Dwadashi, they only drink milk. You can introduce that at Google. I'm sure everyone will appreciate it. So they followed this vrat. There are different vrats in the Bhagavatam, the Payovrata vow. And Prabhupada writes, actually, after the story of the Payovrata vow, that said, we're already doing all these things. In fact, once before an initiation ceremony, some devotees asked Prabhupada, should we fast? He said, you're already fasting. You don't eat meat, fish, or eggs. That's fasting. But they followed this vrat for 1 year perfectly. And then as described in the Bhagavatam, the Gopal Champu, that Krishna appeared first in the mind of us, first in the mind of Vasudeva, and then he transferred Krishna from his mind and heart to the mind and heart of Devaki. And Viraragavacharya describes how this is actually what Diksha is. Diksha is not some perfunctory ceremony that's just a rubber stamp, but it's actually the transference of the devotee's bhava, from feeling for Krishna, from the heart of one person to the next. He said, this is real Diksha. So you can only take initiation from a Vaishnav, because you have to have the transference of that feeling to your heart that I also want to worship Krishna. You can only get that from a devotee. So Krishna simultaneously, then he started to appear within the womb of Yashoda. And all the people of the village then were speculating whether it would be a boy or a girl. And if you've ever had any ailment like a cold, and then you tell people I have a cold, then everyone will tell you a certain kind of medicine. Or if you hurt your foot, you'll get 50 different remedies from people. And in Nandagram, when they found out that Yashoda was pregnant, they all came with their own prophecies about whether it was going to be a boy or a girl. Because said that if it's going to be a girl, then the mother looks a little reddish. And if it's going to be a girl, then she looks a little yellowish. A boy, it's going to be yellowish, girl, it's going to be reddish. He said, looks like a boy. And there were other ways that they were prognosticating about whether it's a boy or girl, and everyone's consensus was boy's coming. So what happened on the day of Krishna's appearance on Janmashtami was in Mathura. Krishna took birth, apparently, but he was four-handed, Lord Narayan. What baby takes birth, first of all, with four hands? Second of all, he had ornaments and a crown, and he had the symbols of Lord Narayan. And an interesting point is made there that Devaki was praying, oh, please conceal this form of Narayan and become like an ordinary baby. But that doesn't make much sense, because Kamsa was after an ordinary baby, and of course he wanted to kill Narayan also. But this, says our acharyas, was because of a sense of affection. They saw this is God who has appeared as Narayan. And he didn't appear like an ordinary baby, didn't come out of the womb like an ordinary baby, but he just appeared. He made his avirbhav. If we say, the residents of Vrndavana don't talk about Krishna making an avirbhav or an appearance, because in Nandagram he actually takes birth. There's a sense of him being like an ordinary child, because in Vrindavan there's no sense of the opulence of God, or the God has appeared. Just the most amazing child has appeared, and everyone becomes attracted to him. That's Vrindavan. No sense, he's God. Even in the midst of describing this pastime, Shukadeva Goswami speaks about how Mother Yashoda had once heard a complaint about Krishna that he had eaten dirt. First of all, Krishna lied. He said, did you eat dirt? And he said, no. And then she said, then open your mouth, I'm going to have a look for myself. So when he opened his mouth, she looked in and she saw all of the universes. What's more, she saw herself sitting there with Krishna on her lap. And the vision was so opulent that she just then, please close your mouth. And she ignored it, didn't want to see it. So the opulence in Vrindavan, although it may appear Krishna's opulence from time to time, the devotees are so overwhelmed with their natural emotion. In the case of Yashoda, this Vatsalya ras. In the case of Nanda Maharaj, Vatsalya ras. Just Krishna's the most beautiful child. He's our child. He's my child. And they want to love him and take care of him like an ordinary child. So when he appeared in Mathura as Narayan, and he instructed Vasudeva, you take me to the house of Nanda. And then he assumed the form of an ordinary child. And that night it was raining in Mathura, quite hard. But Vasudeva saw the wonders of Yogamaya. His shackles fell off, the guards all fell asleep, and the doors opened. And carrying out the order that he just got from his baby, Narayan, who now looked like a baby, he walked out the door. And although it was pouring rain, he felt that he wasn't getting wet at all, because he was being protected by the hoods of Ananta. Wherever Krishna goes, all his energies are there. Parasha Shaktir Vivadai Vishvite Subhavika Jnana Balakuricha. They work his energies wonderfully to enact his pastimes, to protect his devotees. And as he crossed the Jamuna, which was raging, there was a way to cross, but Jamuna wanted a little dakshina, just a little tax. So she rose enough to touch Krishna's baby foot. And therefore Prabhupada mentions that Ganges and Jamuna are the same, except Jamuna is 100 times more purifying than Ganga. Why? Because of this pastime. When he was carrying baby Krishna across, then his little baby lotus foot touched the water. And therefore, the purifying effect of the Jamuna, or just seeing the Jamuna, or even the breeze that comes from the Jamuna is purifying. So then he went to Nanda Gokula, and there he saw that a girl had been born, and he traded, and he was thinking, hey, what am I doing? I'm going to sacrifice this girl for my own son. I'm bringing my son to safety here. But actually this girl, I know I'm taking her back. It's going to be the eighth, perceived as the eighth offspring from Devaki. So Kamsa is going to kill her. So he was feeling a little guilty until he got back. And when he got back, the baby started to cry. Yogamaya allowed him back in the prison. Shackles went back on. Guards woke up. And then Kamsa heard the crying of the child. Demon that he was, he came running out to kill her. And begging him not to, Devaki said, please, please, spare my one child. But he grabbed her by the ankles and wanted to dash her, and tried to dash her on the stone, but she flew up into the sky, manifested 8 arms, kicked Kamsa in the head and chastised him. That you fool, you think you can kill me? Said, the child that's going to kill you is born somewhere else. He's already out there. Kamsa was actually impressed with his sister because he worshipped Durga himself. And our acharyas explain, Prabhupada explains, Krishna's energy, his external energy and his internal energy, they're the same. The manifestation of Durga, Yogamaya, and Mahamaya, the same personality, but it's how we approach her. For those who approach Krishna with some insincere desire or trying to kill Krishna, as in the case of Kamsa, then she becomes the external energy. For the devotees, she's the internal energy, Dadami Buddhi Yogam Tam, and all intelligence and all arrangements are made through Yogamaya for the devotees to worship Krishna in amazing ways. Meanwhile, back in Nandagokula, the Narayan form of Krishna merged into the body of baby Krishna. Our acharyas tell how Anuja, the Krishna, was born also at that time from the womb of Yashoda, and that's why she's called Anuja, because she comes after Krishna, the younger sister. And Krishna was then had appeared as an ordinary child in Nanda's house. Now there's much more to come, but those are the basic facts of the story. And now we'll take a few reflections or questions. Yes? Thank you if you're just joining us. We'll be here all day long with festivities. It'll really pick up at around 4 o'clock, and it'll go all the way till midnight.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Prabhu, for explaining the birth pastime so nicely. I think both Vishnu Chakravarti Thakur and Sridhar Swami, they give elaborate commentary on this. Prabhu, one question. You mentioned that I think that Mahamaya came first and then Krishna came. Is it? That's what you said from from Yashoda's womb? I didn't get that actually.
Anuja means one who follows, so that means younger sister. So she came after Krishna.
Oh, okay, after. I see. Well, and that's why she's called Anuja.
Yeah.
I see. Thank you.
The acharyas use that as proof that they were twins.
Thank you.
Yes. Yes.
Hi, Krishna Guru Maharaj, Dandvat Pranams. Thank you for the class. I'm curious as to why Krishna appeared in the form of Narayan in Mathura.
He appears in every case as a reciprocation for his devotees' love for him. And devotees have different qualities of love. As I quoted earlier, itam satam brahma sukhanubhutya dasyam katanam paradaivatenam mayashitanam naradarakena sakam vrjarukrita punya punja. This is an observation made by Shukadeva Goswami. He said some people, they see Krishna as the impersonal Brahman. Itam satam brahma sukhanubhutya. They're only after the bliss of Brahman, the impersonal Brahman. And then he says, dasyam gatanam naradarakena. No, dasyam gatanam naradaivatena. Naradaivatena means that they see him as Narayana and Vaikuntha. They're attracted to his opulence. And then he says, mayashitanam naradarakena. Those who are in Maya, mayashitanam. Naradarakena means they just think he's an ordinary human being. Sakamvrajaru krita punya punja. But then he's pointing to these cowherd boys who are playing with Krishna, because on their way to the picnic, they were playing around as boys. They all brought lunch packets from home. And one would steal a lunch packet from one, and then when the boy who realized it was stolen, he would try to get it back, and then they'd throw it to a third. And then they would play keep away. And then when they would see monkeys, they'd start imitating the monkeys, and they'd jump in trees and do what the monkeys do. And so Parikshit Maharaj was amazed, and he said, who are these boys? This is the supreme absolute truth. Krishna, how they're playing with him. He said, well, their position is extraordinary. They have an extraordinary type of love. In the beginning of the Brihad Bhagavatamrita, we find that Uttara has guessed that there must be a special abode for God, because she has observed there's a certain kind of devotee that has a particular way of worshiping him in intimacy. Intimacy means as a friend. Friends become very intimate, right? You have any close friends? Please say yes. They said friends, and then some parents, a loving relationship between parents. You know, the parent becomes so absorbed in taking care of the child, they can't stop thinking about him or her. And if the parent sees their beloved child's little shoes somewhere, the heart melts. Oh, she's in there. And then there's those who are in the mode of lovers. The lovers become so absorbed in the beloved that they almost merge. And the pain of the lover becomes that, of the beloved becomes the lover's pain. That's exemplified in the Bhagavatam, where it's described how the famous verse that's sung by great Vaishnavas that says how the gopis, they were pained all day long thinking that Krishna's soft lotus feet, they were thinking of Krishna's soft lotus feet and thinking now he's out herding cows in the forest, and what if he steps on a pebble? And then their hearts felt wounded because his lotus foot might be harmed by a small stone in the pathway. So they're so intimate in that relationship, they practically merge and they feel the pain of that person. So these are all intimate relationships. So Uttara said, there are these kinds of devotees, so Krishna must have a special place for all these devotees. And indeed he does, and that's what the Brihad Bhagavatamrita leads us to. All the various places in which the devotees live, the various dhams in which they live, where they worship Krishna in his multifarious forms. But then there's a special dham where, as described in many of the Shastras, and especially Srimad Bhagavatam, Krishna has his own abode, Nijadham, where there's unceremonious love, the deepest, most intimate relationship where they have no idea that he's God. They just know that he's the most amazing child, the most amazing friend, the most amazing lover. And Vasudeva and Devaki, Krishna, were previously in their previous lives, Prishni and Sutapa. And they had a certain mood in praying for the Lord in which they said, please appear as our son. Whereas Drona and Dara, who were, and it's a long story, and we'll get into it perhaps in a moment or maybe later, Drona and Dara are expansions really of Nanda and Yashoda. In fact, Drona and Dara, they're described as demigods. But they are praying that we want to love Krishna very deeply. We want to, they didn't ask, please let him become our son, but they wanted to love him in that particular way. It's a subtle difference. But they were availed of his association, were Drona and Dara in Nandagram. And Devaki and Vasudeva were in a different mood in propitiating Krishna and praying to him. So Krishna arranged, as he says in the Bhagavad Gita, Ye yata mam prapadyante tam stataiva bhajamyaham mama manuartanta manusya parta sarvasha. That according to the mood of the devotee and wanting to worship him, and the way that the devotee surrenders to him, Krishna exactly reciprocates that mood. So he appeared there in Mathura to fulfill the desire of Devaki and Vasudeva. And then he appeared in Nandagram. Of course, Nanda and Yashoda, nobody can become Nanda and Yashoda. They're his eternal parents. But Drona and Dara had some, anyway, it's a long story. I don't know if I should go into it right now. The Acharyas explain how just as Krishna can expand himself unlimitedly and does, so similarly his devotees, especially his parishats, those who are his eternal associates in the spiritual world, they also expand themselves to facilitate Krishna's pastimes. That's why in every universe the same pastimes are going on with the same parents, Nanda and Yashoda, who are expansions. Does that help? Okay. Yes. We've got a lively round going here, and I see that the board is lit up like O'Hare Airport on a Friday night. And Divya Agarwal has figured out some kind of way to make a monopoly. And Shankaranand Prabhu is up there too, so this is big news. Okay, go ahead, and then we'll go to the board.
Hare Krishna Guru Maharaj. My question is, why did Kamsa had to believe in the Akashvani? He was an atheist in the first place. So the very fact that he believed goes to show that he had some faith that there is something else which is more powerful than him. And just like everybody else, he would have
believe all kinds of stuff. It says on television that Coca-Cola will bring you happiness, and they go out. Let's stop by and get some Coca-Cola. The power of suggestion. Actually, Akashvani came from the Devas. They also wanted to expedite Krishna's pastimes, so they instigated this by speaking to Kamsa and said, by the way, you're going to get killed by the eighth child. It's like, what? And they stayed out of sight just to freak him out. And the voice, I mean, if you hear a voice when you're driving home on the 101 that comes from the Akash, you're going to freak out too. Especially if some prophecy about your life, and like, what? Oh, board, and then we'll come back to you, Prabhu, because I promised the board. So, Divya Agarwal to the second power, please ask your question. It's a mystic city, but you're supposed to do it 7 times or something like that. Are you there? Okay, Shankaranand, can you unmute? Maybe they gave up a long time ago. Okay, Shankaranand's here. He's made his appearance. Talk about Akashvani. Please go ahead, Prabhu. You're still muted. we have no Vani, only Akash.
Yeah. Can everyone hear?
Yes, please go ahead.
So thank you very much, Jan, for narrating the beautiful advent of Lord Krishna. So on Akashvani, I actually remembered a couple of instances of Vaishnava Acharyas have given two perspectives. So one perspective is that demigods, they were actually defeated by Kamsa before this instance happened. So Kamsa actually defeated Indra and all the demigods. So they had no courage to speak Kamsa like this, "Oh fool, the eighth child of this sister is going to kill you." They were actually very much fearful. They would have never spoken that. But before this, they actually went to Kshirosagar with Brahma, and they got the assurance from Brahma that Krishna is very. So it is like, a weak person who is being always defeated and beaten up by some strong person gets assurance that I'm coming to kill him. Don't worry. So that gave them courage, and that's how they actually got the courage to even speak such a unembodied voice, Akashvani, for Kamsa, because they had become fearless. And another perspective the Vaishnava Acharyas have given is that Krishna, he was to appear in Shurasena's family. Shura is generally said a very heroic fighter, a person who can heroically fight. He's called Shura. So Vasudeva is son of Shurasena, and Krishna appearing in the family of Shura. So according to Shukraniti, a Shurveer, a person who's actually heroic fighter, he does not kill his opponent immediately. There are 12 different ways he gives punishment. And the 12th punishment is death. Before that, there are 11 different punishments. And first and foremost of that is to actually chastise the person. So, as a Shurvi, he is inspiring demigods with actually Krishna's chastisement to Kamsa. And therefore, he is actually inspiring the demigods. So there are 12 ways, beginning with chastisement and inserting a person or removing him from the powerful position or making him fast, forcefully. So Krishna is using the first in the Shukraniti to chastise Kamsa. And in such a way that sometimes, the warriors, they fight and on the battlefield they chastise each other. But the real victory is considered when a person chastises an enemy and enemy cannot reply back. Krishna did that very efficiently as a Shurvi. He chastised Kamsa through this Akashvani. And Kamsa couldn't repeat or say anything in response. He got fearful. So there was a victory for Krishna as a Shurvi, chastising Kamsa.
Thank you, Prabhu. I think that indicates how any aspect of Krishna's pastimes are unlimited, and if you wish to pursue this, you could write a PhD thesis on the Akashvani pastime. And you gave us a good abstract to start that thesis. Thank you, Shankaranand Prabhu. Hare Krishna. Govinda, Prabhu. Oh, and I saw Divya came back. So, Divya, you want to say your point? Say your point.
Hare Krishna Maharaj.
Point? Yes. Hare Krishna.
Yes, I was 1 minute. Oh, yes, I was muted, so I couldn't talk. So I wanted to ask, you mentioned that Vasudeva was very truthful, but how come when he didn't surrender Krishna to Kamsa and Balram, isn't that contradictory?
Yes, but it's natural. When it comes down to the last point about saving your own son, then it's expected that you would mention that. In fact, even in ethics, truth is tested, and a scenario that's given in philosophy classes is that if you're hiding somebody in your house who's innocent, and that person's being pursued by those who are demoniac and they want to do harm to that person, and they come to your door and say, "Is she here?" And then you say no to save the life of the person, that's not unethical. And it doesn't break your vow of telling the truth, interestingly. So in a similar way, when it comes to saving Krishna, then Vasudeva had every right to tell the truth, which is the ultimate purpose of speech and telling a truth or lie to protect Krishna. And Prabhupada mentions that in his purport also, that there's ways in which we try to protect Krishna's movement, the International Site for Krishna Consciousness, the Sankirtan movement, in various ways, because it's a manifestation of Krishna, so it's our duty to protect it. So it's in that mood. Hope that helps. Okay, Govinda.
Hare Krishna Maharaj. My curiosity was regarding the 6 children that were killed before. You mentioned about this, they were sons of Marichi at some point.
Yeah, it's mentioned also, they came from the mind of Marichi.
They came from mind of Marichi. Were they not cursed by Lord Brahma when he was in a bad situation, and then he not say that you would be cursed to die? And then
they laughed or something.
They laughed.
They were,
yeah, because he was, yeah.
Yeah.
And then I recall that there's another pastime later when Devaki says to Lord Krishna that I really miss my 6 sons. Can you bring them back?
Yeah.
So he does that.
Yeah, you find that in the 82nd chapter of the Bhagavatam, when Krishna meets up with his parents again, and then he wants to do something for them, and having left them so young, and she asks that, "I'd like to be able to see my 6 sons that I lost." So he goes to Yamaraj and brings them back. And after they come back and meet Devaki, then they attain their original state.
Okay. Thank you, Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Yes.
Hare Krishna Maharaj. Thank you very much for the very nice class. I had a question on when you were explaining the point that how when one hears the transcendental pastimes of the Lord, one comes out from the cycle of birth, old age, disease and death. So does that hearing have any terms and conditions, or is it just like physical hearing, or like is there more to it, like offenseless chanting?
It's mentioned in the 11th canto, 2nd chapter, 55th verse. Hare Krishna, welcome. So good to see you. Vrshujati hridayam niyasya saksha dari ravisha abhihito pyagoganasha pranaya rasanaya dritangri padma ka uttama shloka. No. Pradhana ukta. I'm sorry, what's the last? Sabhavati Bhagavata Pradhana Ukta. Thank you. So there's a way in which, as is described here, Vrshujati hridayam niyasya saksha. Just scroll down to see the translation. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is so kind to the conditioned souls that if they call upon Him by speaking His holy name, even unintentionally or unwillingly, the Lord is inclined to destroy innumerable sinful reactions in their hearts. Therefore, when a devotee who has taken shelter of the Lord's lotus feet chants the holy name of Krishna with genuine love, the Supreme Personality of Godhead can never give up the heart of such a devotee. One who has thus captured the Supreme Lord within his heart is to be known as Bhagavat Pradhana, the most exalted devotee of the Lord. So if you go back up to the word for word, you'll see the essence of what I'm answering Go back up. And we see, no, down, word for word, please. Vrishrijati, he leaves, Sridayam na, which means he won't leave the heart. He never leaves the heart. Yasya, of whom, sakshat, because he's there personally, Hari, the Lord. Avisha means accidentally. There's a way in which somebody accidentally hears the name or chants it. That's also in the Bhagavatam 6th canto. Somebody accidentally chants the holy name of the Lord. Somebody incidentally hears it. Of course, Prabhupada comments in a famous verse by Devahuti in which she says, Aho bata shva pachato garyanya jiva agre vartate namatu byam te pusta paste juhuvu sahasna arya brahmanachur nama granantiye te. And that is how she says, oh, this is the most wonderful thing. Aho bata shva pachato garyanya jiva agre vartate. That is, if somebody, even if they're from a very low position, if they even accidentally, incidentally say Hare Krishna, just with the tip of their tongue, they just say Hare Krishna, then te pusta paste juhuhu sasnari, he says, oh, that person, you can tell they've gone to every place of pilgrimage. They've taken all the ritual baths. They've done every kind of yajna there is. They've followed all the Vedas. They've done everything because they could say Hare Krishna. And that means jiva agre varta. Jiva agre, just with the tip of their tongue. It means just a little bit they said it just one time. And Prabhupada mentions in his purport, it said, of course, depends on the quality of the chanting as well. As Ajamil was innocent. He didn't call his son Narayan. Everyone say Narayan. In a class, when Prabhupada was commenting on the verse, and one of the Sanskrit editors had said that he said it several times, and Prabhupada said, no, one time. He only said it once. And that was enough, Narayan, because he didn't say it to call Krishna to save him from danger, although that's okay too. Apana samsritim gorana, I already mentioned that verse. But he just said it in an innocent way because he was attached to his little son who was named Narayan. And then he said that because of the quality of his utterance, and all his previous sins were destroyed. And then the question comes, so if all his previous sins were destroyed, why did he continue sinning? Because sinning is a result of previous karma, which impels you to keep doing it. And then Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur says, oh, that was like if you have a pet snake and all his teeth are gone. And then if he bites somebody, nobody minds. Because he's like... Like in India, these kids, they carry little cobras in a basket, and they'll come up to you when you're going around Govardhan Hill and go, whoa! And most people go, wah! But those snakes don't have any teeth. And so similarly said, there must be a technical term for being de-toothed, but I don't know what it is. But his sins were removed, so they had no effect, whatever he was doing, because the holy name was so powerful. And the hearing of Srimad Bhagavatam is similarly described. There's Shukadeva Goswami speaking to Parikshit Maharaj in the beginning, and he has said, Vasudeva kata prashna purusham strin punatihi vaktaram prachakam shrotims pada salilam yata. He said when the Bhagavatam is being spoken, it's like we're all sitting here listening to the Leela of Krishna and the philosophy and so forth. He said that there are three kinds of people that get the benefit from that. One is the speaker. According to Vishwanath, the speaker gets the most benefit. Next is the listener. And then the third is anybody who happens to walk by. Somebody walks by. And I had this experience when I was a kid. My father was trying to teach me tennis. I never really quite took to it. Too much paraphernalia. But I I remember we were in Berkeley, California. He worked at UC Berkeley, so we had access to a tennis court. We used to go there. And I remember he listened to this radio station called KPFA. Has anybody ever heard of that? Yeah, heard of it. So back then that was like nowadays it's like crazy liberal, probably considered to be. Back then, maybe it was too. Fit my father. So I just remember hearing on the radio, there was some interview with a devotee, and he was talking about how Krishna's transcendental. And we just happened to be hearing that on the radio, and it just left an indelible mark on me. Hearing the devotee discussing Krishna being transcendental, and so we're thinking, what does the word transcendental even mean? But it leaves a mark. So the vibration of the Srimad Bhagavatam, wherever it's spoken, if somebody hears it, they could be highly infected. Vrndavana talks about how she was walking down the street in Palo Alto, minding her own business, and she heard, as we were, sometimes in the Kirtan we stop, and then the singer will then give some commentaries like, oh, this means this is what we're doing. And she heard that from across the street and said, okay, I'll join. And the next day she walked in and said, I'm here. I heard it, now I'm here. And she became a devotee. So it's very potent, the sound vibration that comes through the discussions that the devotees have. And when it's written down, then it can be distributed. It goes into somebody's house and then they read it. Writing is just speech abstracted. So in a way you can reconstitute it, just add water. And next thing you know, it's right there. Okay. Now we have opportunities. Oh, okay. Ksharanitai. Thought we were going to have a lull in action time for a kirtan.
I have a quick reflection.
Getting close though.
You mentioned one point about we should always have the fear of Maya within us, and that the moment we lose that fear, that's when Maya creeps in subtly. I remember reading this randomly. I flipped through a book which I didn't know the name of. It turned out to be the Krama Sandarbha, and the page that I landed on talked about how the moment we start to realize that Maya is so dangerous, we instantly start to get detached. And in that verse, when I went back to the Veda base, get the translation, it says that by being constantly afraid of Maya and also hearing the instructions of the Guru, we can actually make progress. If you don't mind, I'll read it very quick.
Oh, you got it. Please do.
Nirvinasya vidaktasya purushasya.
Can you say what number it is?
It's 11:20:23. Nirvinasya vidaktasya purushasyokta vedinaha manas tyajati doratmyam chintitasya nuchintaya. And the translation is, when a person is disgusted with the temporary, illusory nature of the world and is thus detached from it, his mind, guided by the instructions of the spiritual master, considers again and again the nature of this world and eventually gives up the false identification with matter. So just realizing that we have to again and again realize that this world is a very bad place to be, and also simultaneously try to find a way out of this by accepting the knowledge that's given from the spiritual master. By doing those two things simultaneously, we can actually get out. And it's not that we can just put one foot in one spot and another foot in another spot. Like, I'll still go outside and have fun, etc., and enjoy this world, but I'll also try to get out of it. That doesn't work. So,
yeah, this is the effect of Krishna Katha. Prabhupada mentions it in the Bhagavad Gita that by hearing about Krishna and the Siddhanta, Atma-tattva Gyan alongside, which is understanding our relationship with Krishna and our non-relationship with the material world, then one loses one's long-cherished desire to enjoy the material world. There's a long cherished desire in the heart of the conditioned soul that somehow I'll make this work. Even Kamsa, after he realized his folly trying to snatch Durga and kill her, and he had been rebuked by her severely, and he even apologized to Devaki and Vasudeva and said, oh, anyway, it's our karma, so don't worry. Everybody gets their karma eventually, and we can't fight fate. And then when he walked away, he had these cohorts, his ministers, who gathered around him, and there was such bad association that then he reverted to his idea of let's kill all the children in Gokula to try to kill Krishna. And so by good association, we naturally develop an attraction for the spiritual world, and we don't want anything to interfere with that. So we become reticent about mixing it up with the material nature because we see the difference in our consciousness when we interact with Maya and when we interact with Krishna. When you chant about Krishna, and when you hear Krishna Katha, there's a natural sense of Vasudeve Bhagavati Bhakti Yoga Prayojita Janaya Yashu Vairagyam Jnanam Chayara Haitukam. One gets knowledge, detachment. These are invaluable assets. And when one interacts with Maya, you get a titillation of the senses that seems to be okay for a minute, but afterwards there's a lot of debt to pay in form of anxiety, and then there's diminishing returns from enjoyment in the material world. What first felt stimulating and brought some sense of happiness, then it's hard to get it back again, and there's only the hope that one could try to have that experience once again, but it diminishes over time. What's more, it implicates one. And so sorting that all out by hearing from the Shastra, Guru, Sadhu, and Shastra is very important. In fact, Haridas Thakur says in the Harinam Chintamani that not only do we chant Hare Krishna, but we also hear Sambandha Gyan simultaneously, because we need support from both sides. Krishna himself in the 11th canto of the Srimad Bhagavatam says, Shruti Pratyakshamaitiyam Anumanam Chatushtayam, that you should use Shruti, you should hear from the Shastra about, you should also, Anuman, you should use logical reasoning. Then you should also, Pratyaksha, you should see directly for yourself. And Aitya means traditional wisdom that's passed down. To see Vikalpatsa Virajite, Anavastanad. He said you should see that the world's not a stable place. It's Anavastanad. Therefore, Vikalpatsa Virajite. You could take a chill pill. Don't get so wrapped up in the results of the material world. Prabhu?
Maharaj, just based on this verse, actually, I believe there was another verse, Jnana Vairagya Yuktena Bhakti Yogena Chatmana Paripashyati Udasinam Prakritim Cha Hat Ojasam. So that fourth part, I was recalling when the Maya becomes weak, Prakritim Cha Hat it becomes weak because of the strength of Jnana Vairagya and Bhakti Yoga. So the soul then Paripashyati Udasinam, it becomes very detached.
Yeah, that kind of strength comes naturally. Havi Yogendra says, Bhakti Parishanu Bhava Virakti Ranyata Traishatrika Ekakala Prapadya Manasya Yatashnata Sus Tushti Pushti Shud Apayonugasam. Which means that just as when you're very hungry and you eat a meal, you get from that nourishment, satisfaction, and your hunger goes away with every morsel that you eat. And in a similar way, it says bhakti, parushanubhava, means you start to have direct experience of Krishna for yourself. You feel that bhakti is awakening your heart. Anubhava means you see it for yourself. Krishna is there, you realize the philosophy. It's no longer theoretical. And he says, Bhakti Parushana Viraktir. And then Anyatra, everything that's not related to Krishna, you become Virakti. So I don't care about that. Truly don't care about it. It's not a matter of restraint. Just as when you're very hungry and you say, give me more, at a certain point, what do you say? Don't give me more. I don't want any more. Because you already know for yourself that you're full. So in a similar way, spiritual life is directly experienced, that if you're hearing Sambandha Gyan and you're chanting Hare Krishna, the result will be that you'll start to feel spiritually satisfied. Of course, there's a caveat, and Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur says that the metaphor in one place isn't completely sufficient, because when you're eating food, you become satisfied, you don't want any more. But when you're hearing Krishna Katha, you become satisfied, but you do want it. You do want more, which is what's nice about Krishna consciousness. There's no satiation. There's satiation of material desire, but there's no satiation of the desire to hear about Krishna. Everyone who has a taste for it wants it more and more, so much so that Rupa Goswami, in his invocation to the Vidagdha Madhava, writes about how the holy name, when he chants it, he wants to have millions of ears. These two little ears, they're little flaps just to catch the sound. He's like, that's not enough. I need 1 million more of these. And he says, when I taste how nice it is on my tongue, I want to have millions of tongues. And then he says, then I feel that the holy name is dancing in the courtyard of my heart, and it makes me oblivious to all the sense gratification of the world. I only want this. So that's the effect of Krishna Katha. And singing about the various aspects of bhakti. Bhakti is so nice because it's variegated. Everyone has an individual taste for different kinds of bhakti, right? Some people, they're very studious, they like to study things and look into verses. Then you have some that they like to make everything beautiful for Krishna. They'll stay up all night making a garland like this, or they want to cook for Krishna, they want to sing for Krishna. There's 9 processes of devotional service: hearing, chanting, remembering, praying, worshiping the lotus feet, serving Krishna as a servant, Shravanam, Kirtanam, Vishnu Smaranam, Padasevanam, Archanam, Vandanam, Dasyam, Sakyam, Atmanivedanam, giving your whole soul. So different, and then there's 64 practices or limbs of bhakti that one can engage in, that are cataloged there in the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. And they all engage our senses in Krishna's service. So it's not that we're some kind of involved in some kind of dry renunciation. Rather, we're doing all the things everybody wants to do, to use the senses, only we're using them in relationship to Krishna. And when we do that, then sarvopadiva nirmuktam tatpratvena nirmalam hrishikena hrishikesha sevanam bhakti ruchade. Based on the time right now, 10:45, and the previous Janmashtamis that we've had, and the song that we usually sing right at this time, who can guess what we're about to sing? Huh? Her guess was Dasavatar Stotram. That's a good guess, but it's not the one I was thinking about, because I was talking about the different aspects of devotional service and how nice they are. Anybody want to make another guess? Shuddha Bhakata Charana Renu Bhajanam. So this song is written by Bhaktivinoda Thakur. And he says, pure bhakti, Shuddha Bhakata Charana Renu. Bhajan-anukula. It comes from associating with pure devotees. When you meet somebody that has the desire to serve Krishna, that's so pure and intense, that rubs off on us. Therefore, it's mentioned in the Shastras, Sadhu Sangha, Sarva Shastra Koi, Lava Matra Sadhu Sangha, Sarva Siddhi Hoy. If you can get a lava matra, which is a 1/12 of a second, or something like that, of association with a person who's purely engaged in devotional service, it's like a little spiritual virus. Just breathe it in. Next thing you know, you have full-blown symptoms. So the pure devotees, they have this spiritual disease of attachment to Krishna, and we catch it from them. Bhakata Seva means serving the devotees. Parama Siddhi, it leads to the highest perfection. Premalati Kada Mula, it's the root of the creeper of devotion. Devotional service is like a creeper. I have one in my backyard. The wisteria. Don't get a wisteria. They sneak out of the yard into the neighbor's yard and start taking over. They put out a little runner. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, creeper of devotional service is like that. Creeps out of the material world when you're not looking. All you're doing is sitting in a Janmashtami celebration, hearing and chanting. Next thing you know, creeper of devotional service grows from your heart, penetrates the walls of the universe, and ends up in Goloka Vrndavana. Then he says, Madhavatiti, Bhakti Janani, Jatane Palana Kori. These times of special holy days, like Ekadashi, these have become especially stimulating for the devotees who take to the practice of observing them, who observe these special days. Shuddha Bhakata Carana Renu Bhajana-anukula Bhakata Seva Paramasiddhi Premalati Karamula Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. You sound great. Really good. He wants to dance in Kirtan when he hears the authorized Kirtan. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Yugala Murti Daki Amora Parama Ananda Hoya Prasara Seva Korite Hoya Sakala Prapancha Jaya Bhajan Teki Grihite Golokavaya Carana Sidhu Dekiya Ganga Sukhana Sima Paya Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everybody. Tulasī-ārati Jaya Prana Madhava Toshani Jaya Hare. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. So here we are, taking our time, counting down the minutes till midnight, and we're all just happy to be here. We don't want to be anywhere else. We'll be hearing and chanting all day and feeling what it's like to just always be absorbed in Krishna Katha. So we'll read this translation all the way through. It's a very pertinent to our lives. We all like things. In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says that we're naturally attracted to doing things. We can't stop at any time. Anybody have any dreams last night? Yeah, I had so many dreams. And just lying there on the bed, body practically is, at least many of the limbs are inactive, but internal organs going, but the mind's going. We're always active, we're always looking for something. And when we wake up in the morning, it's time to go. We have to move. But where are we going to move? How are we going to engage our senses? This is the great secret that Narada mentions in his teachings to Vyasadeva. That when we use our senses in service to Krishna. Although it is said that the tree of karma grows from the kind of work that we've done life after life. We become entangled in it. That same tree can be cut down by service to Krishna, using the same senses, but using them in service of Krishna. So these activities of devotional service are listed here by Bhaktivinoda Thakur. The dust from the lotus feet of pure devotees gives rise to devotional service, and service to the devotees is itself the supreme perfection and the root of the tender creeper of divine love. With great care I observe holy days like Ekadashi and Janmashtami, Haribol, for they are the mother of devotion, and with the greatest reverence and love, I choose as my dwelling place the transcendental abode of Sri Krishna. In the company of loving devotees, I will visit all those places where my Lord Gaurasundar traveled and performed his pastimes. When we go to Jagannath Puri, we parade around town, make a big scene. We have maybe 100 devotees, and we take with us books and lollipops, Jagannath stickers. We go to every shop, we go to every person on the street. Meanwhile, we have a kirtan going on that you can hear for half a mile. It's so loud. And then we'll go to stop in the various places where Lord Chaitanya performed his pastimes, like the house of Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya. And when we sit there, we remember how Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya met Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and became a devotee, took prasadam early in the morning without washing his mouth and hands. He just accepted it immediately, and Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was unlimitedly happy. And we go to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's place of ultimate worship called the Gambhira. And last year, one of the devotees became so taken with that place, she felt that it carried her to another level of devotional service just by visiting the place and reading the signage outside the place where Chaitanya Mahaprabhu performed his final pastimes. Bhaktivinoda continues, my mind always begs to hear the music of the mridanga. And my heart dances in ecstasy whenever I hear the kind of kirtan established by Lord Gaurachandra. I feel supreme bliss when I behold the deity forms of the divine couple, Shri Shri Radha, Madanamohana. And I conquer all worldly illusions by honoring the Lord's prasadam. See, on Janmashtami here, all the greatest souls in Silicon Valley, they'll drive miles to come here and just have one glimpse of Shri Shri Radha Madanamohana, and they feel satisfied in their hearts, and rightly so, because they came here on Krishna's birthday just to see him, all dressed up. Bhaktivinoda continues, every day Goloka Vrndavana appears in my home when I see Lord Hari being worshipped there. My joy knows no bounds when I see the Ganges, a river of nectar emanating from the Lord's lotus feet. So a house is not really a true house unless one keeps the form of the Lord there inside one's house and offers one's foods. Bring a flower from the garden, offer it to the Lord in one's house. When you come home after a long day, open the door, clap your hands, ring the bell and say, I'm back to serve you. And all the activities of the house go on around the deity, and that way the burden of the grihastha is lifted. The burden of the grihastha is like, I have so many things and I'm attached to them and they're weighing on my head. And I have so much money I have to protect. I have insurance policies to make sure are up to date. But if you have the deity in your house and you sign over your whole house to your deity, then you won't have that anxiety anymore. Right? Say yes. Okay, and see me afterwards. Okay. The sight of the Tulsi plant soothes my soul, for I know she gives pleasure to Lord Krishna. I feel that my life has been fulfilled when I honor sak, a green leafy vegetable preparation that is a favorite of Lord Chaitanya's. Whatever Bhaktivinoda obtains that furthers devotional service to Sri Krishna, he accepts every day with the greatest joy. So we welcome everybody who's entering to ISKCON of Silicon Valley. We'll be celebrating Janmashtami all the way up till 12:30 a.m. That means past midnight. So stick with us. We'll be here all day. We won't stop even once. The transcendental vibration here, you can take advantage of this opportunity. And for the most part, Shri Shri Radha Madanamohana will be giving their darshan all day long. We'll have an Abhiśeka later this evening. We have a special guest here, a traveling Swami. He's traveled all over the universe, and he's one of the great pioneers and early joiners of the Krishna conscious movement. His name is His Holiness Giriraj Swami. He'll be here anytime. We're just warming the space for him. I'm the warm-up act. So when he comes in, you better act warmed up. And now we're going to sing a folk song. Do you like folk songs? This one's from Vrndavana, Krishna Jinaka. And this song reminds us, it's in Hindi, and it reminds us of the kinds of folk songs that the residents of Vrndavana sing to remember Krishna. Everyone move up by 7.2 inches. And if you're on the metric system, somebody do the calculation and let everybody know. Are you all ready? This is a raucous song. Are you ready for a raucous song? Okay, 3 or 4 people are ready. Everybody else? Okay. We were going to send you to the kitchen. Okay. Are you all ready? Krishna Jinaka naam hai, Gokula Jinaka naam hai. Come on now, you got to work with me. One more time. Krishna Jinaka naam hai, Gokula Jinaka naam hai. Cindy, come on. Bhajare. Hey, Radha Govinda Gopala Hare. Radhe Govinda. Listen. Radhe Gopala. Listen. Radhe Govinda. Listen. Radhe Gopala. Radha Shama Sundar. Listen. Radha Madhava. Listen. Radha Madanamohana. Radha Madhava. Radha Bhakti Hari. Bhakti Hari. Radha Damodara.
Radha Giridhari.
Next. Come on. Gotta say one. Radha Gokula Nanda. Work with me, people. Can't hear you. Radha Gopi Bala. Radha Kirtana Gopi Naka. Radha Kunja Bihari. Radha Vrndavana. Gandharvita Giridhari. Radha Nila Madhava. Radha Parishishvara. Radha Parthasarthi. Radha Radhanatha. Radha Ramana. Radha Rasvihari. Radha Shama Sundar. Radha Vrndavana Chandra. Rukmini Drakadish. Kishore Kishori. Radha Govinda. Radha Kala Chandri. Bhajare. Hey! Govinda Gopala Hare. Bhajare. Hey! Govinda Gopala Hare. Radhe Govinda. Radhe Gopala. Radhe Govinda. Radhe Gopala. Bhajare. Hey, Radha Govinda Gopala Hare. I say Shri Bhagavana ko mere param pranam hai. I say Shri I say Shri Jnana Syama ko mere param pranam hai. Gaura Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Gaura Hari Bo. Padma Purana. It gives a simple definition of yoga. Atashi Krishnamadi nabhavet grayam indriye sevam mukihi jivado swayameva spuratyata. This is the secret formula known to the great sage Srila Vyasadeva, passed down through the disciplic succession over many generations. We're born with superpowers. How many here have a superpower? Raise your hand. You're too humble. You don't want to raise your hand. Can you hear me right now? Yes. That's your first superpower. Can you say Haribol? Haribol! That's your second superpower. You put those two superpowers together and you get a superpower, which is mentioned as a Tashi Krishnamadi Nabhaved Grayamindriye Sevon Mukihi Jivado. That means we can't understand God with our blunt material senses. People often say, can you show me God? But if you walk onto the campus of San Jose State University, the home of the Spartans, Trojans, Spartans, and you say, you walk into the laboratory, they're in the biology wing, I hope they have a biology wing, and you look in the microscope and you say, oh, what is this? It's a bunch of squiggles. And then the biologist says, oh, that's a protozoan, and can tell you all about it because he has a trained eye and knows. So, unless one's eye is trained, one can't see God, but even with a trained eye, we can't see. As the Shastra says, Nayamatma pravachanena labhyona medhayana bahuna shutena mame vaisha vrinute tanum swam. Krishna only reveals himself to whom he chooses because we're small and God's great, right? There is a God and I'm not him, right? Simple stuff. So the Padma Purana says, if you want to see God, act in such a way that he'll want to come and see you. So how do you do that? Sevan Mukhi Hijivado. Seva. Everyone says seva. And I'll teach you a secret mantra. Your seva will save you. Yeah, your seva will save you. Seva means service. And the way that we become saved in our lives from the great ocean of anxiety of this world is to perform service to Krishna. But what kind of service? Where do we start? I'm glad you asked me that question. Sevon mukihi jiva adao. Adao means it starts with the jiva, the tongue. Who would have thought? You can do seva with your tongue. And when you do seva with your tongue, then Krishna will reveal himself to you. So this is the great secret that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu 500 years ago taught to everyone in the world. That doesn't matter where you live, doesn't matter how old you are, doesn't matter what culture you're from, you can do seva, service to God. And you don't need anything extra. What if you're in jail? No, you can do it there. Where's another place? What if you're in Cupertino? Could you do it there? What if you're in India? You could do it there. How about Rancho Cucamonga? That's an actual place in Southern California. You can do it there too. How? By serving God with your tongue. And how do you do that? Who said Hare Krishna? Very good. Give him a big round. He knows the secret. Let's try it. Everyone say Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. And now let's try it together. I'll start and then you follow. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Janmashtami, you can go for it. You can go for it. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna
Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Sing it.
Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Pass mic.
Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna Hare Hare And the white Wait
Rama Rama
Okay
Hare
Go.
Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Rama
Haribo everybody Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare In the green Hare Rama Rama Green right there Hare Krishna green Hare Krishna. Go. Okay, do it again. All you. Sing. Listen.
Hare Hare.
There she is.
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare.
Young man, right there. Young man, right there. Sing.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna.
All him.
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare
Haribo! Hare Krishna. With the glasses. Over here. It's all you. 1 second. Wait. Okay, let her. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Haribo! Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Go. With the tilak, with the nice tilak. Next to Prabhupada's Vyasasana. Tilak. Okay, it's all you.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Haribo! Hare Krishna. Go Ranga, right there, in front of the Vyasasana. You go first. Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama,
Haribo!
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama.
Okay, all you.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Everybody now.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Few minutes before the noon artik, which is one of the favorite artiks of the day. People come from all over Silicon Valley every day to visit here at 1965 Latham Street because they want to be here when Krishna has just taken his lunch. And when we have the deity of Krishna, this is not a statue, but actually it's called Archa. Archa means the mercy incarnation of the Lord, because as Krishna describes in the Bhagavad Gita, Matak paratanam nanyat kinchidasti dhananjaya mai sarvamidam protam sutri maniganaiva. That I'm the supreme truth, and everything is hanging on me, just the way pearls are hanging on a thread. That is, Krishna is the support of everything. What's more, he says, aham sarvasya pravavo matak sarvam pravartite iti matva bhajanti mam buddha bhava samanvita. Everything emanates from me. That means all the energies in this world are Krishna's energies. And he can manifest himself in anywhere he pleases, because God is everywhere all at the same time. This is what it means to be omniscient, omnipotent, and omnipotent. Means that he's all-powerful, he knows everything all at the same time, and he can perform wonderful activities with these energies. So Krishna appears in this world in his archa form so that those whose senses are accustomed to seeing matter only can get used to seeing the form of Krishna. And as we serve Krishna in his archa form, his deity form, in ways that are mentioned in the Bhagavad Gita, very simple ways, Krishna says, Patram pushpam palam toyam yome bhaktya prayachiti taraham bhakti paritam ashnami paritatmanaha. That means if you just offer me a leaf, a flower, fruit, or water, I'll accept it. Of course, you can offer it to the sky and think of Krishna. But it's much more satisfying to come to the temple and see Krishna in person with his smiling face. In the Srimad Bhagavatam, Kapila says that devotees all over the universe feel satisfied when they come to the temple and they see my smiling face. And when they smell the incense, which is offered to the Lord, the flowers that he's worn as a garland or that have been offered to him, the tulsi leaves, those scents and sights of the beauty of Krishna, his dress, the food that he eats, the scents that he enjoys, when those enter into our nostrils, the smells, when these sights enter into our eyes, and we hear the music of Kirtan, then Kapila said we're imperceptibly liberated. In that moment, just by coming into the environment, we feel satisfied and we rise above the material nature. So it's important to have Krishna to come and serve, to see. And here at ISKCON of Silicon Valley, we have pujaris who serve around the clock. It's not an occasional kind of service, but one pujari lives here full time to make sure that Krishna is fully served 24 hours a day. In the temple, Krishna is supposed to be served like a king, on time, all the time, with the best of ingredients. Our founder Acharya, who established all these temples where we worship Krishna in the archa form, said everything should be first class. And then he said, no, actually better than first class. And so you'll notice today that there are flowers everywhere. These flowers have been collected from all over Silicon Valley, and days of preparation and putting them together. Why? To satisfy Krishna. Now someone might say, well, what does that accomplish? And the Srimad Bhagavatam answers that we are parts of Krishna just as much as leaves and branches are parts of a tree. And it goes on to say, does the Srimad Bhagavatam, that when you water the root of a tree, then the leaves and branches naturally become nourished and satisfied. So because we're parts of Krishna, when we satisfy Krishna, then we naturally feel satisfied. When we try to satisfy ourselves independently, we don't feel so happy. May I give you an example? If you were to bring all these flowers to your house before they were offered to Krishna and set them up in every room, you could only enjoy them a little bit. The scent is kind of nice, you have a few friends over, but after a while the flowers would wilt and then you feel a little bit sad that it was gone, and the experience is short-lived. But when you offer a flower to Krishna, what to speak of an array of flowers like this, the participants, and I saw them over the last week, sitting in this temple room was as full as it is now, but everyone was putting these together and those together, bringing flowers of all kinds, and they were all joyfully singing, and they were thinking, oh, these are for Krishna. And in the making of the flowers, the wreaths and the bouquets and the garlands, they were all feeling natural satisfaction. What to speak of when they come in today, those who work so hard to put these flowers together, and they see, oh, Krishna is decorated with these flowers. Then they feel an overwhelming sense that, oh, my life is complete. So the Srimad Bhagavatam says, if you want to feel completed, then serve Krishna. Offer the nice things of the world to Krishna. If you have some fruits or flowers or a leaf, especially if it's a tulsi leaf, Krishna will accept it. And when you come to the temple after a hard day at the office, anybody ever here have a hard day at the office? Yeah, people, pushing you a little too hard, too many deadlines, deadline never stops, you got to wait till the end of the day, and then they say, no, you have to stay longer, and it becomes an onerous task to keep up in this world, doesn't it, sometimes? Please say yes or I'll feel bad. But when you come to the temple and you just offer yourself to Krishna, one of the ways Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita that you can serve him is called namaskaru. Everyone say namaskaru. It just means to bow down. Someone might think, oh, that's not a big deal. Oh, it is. If you come before Krishna, you just put your head on the ground and you say, Krishna, I just give up. Whatever you tell me, I'll do. Krishna, I'm your servant, surrendered servant. It feels so good. Now, we try to serve so many people in this world. And ultimately, is everyone satisfied with your service? Not so much? You can work for years for your employer, and then things change, and then they say, okay, you got to get out of here in 7 minutes. And by the way, your access key has been changed, so you're not going to be able to work on that anymore. See you later. We don't really know you anymore. In this world, it's hard to find someone who really, really appreciates our service and is able to reciprocate. But in the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says, Bhoktaram yagyatapasam sarvaloka maheshwaram surinam sarvabhutanam gyatva mam shantim richiti. Everyone say shanti. What does that mean? Yeah, everybody knows that one, right? Om shanti, shanti, shanti. Everyone's looking for shanti, 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 but no one's finding it. But Krishna gives the formula. He said, if you just offer the nice things that you have to me, counterintuitively, you'll start to feel happy because Krishna is the root of everything. He's the root of our existence. He's the soul of our soul. And when we satisfy Krishna, we naturally feel satisfied. Did you hear about the strike? It was the one where the senses decided they were no longer going to serve the stomach, because the stomach just sits there all day and digests. It enjoys the food, churns it up, it digests, it feels happy. And the senses, like the hands and the eyes and the nose and the ears, they're going to pick out all the vegetables and do all the hard work, the heavy lifting to feed the stomach. So they went on strike. You didn't hear about it? Happened right here in Silicon Valley. And they said, we're not going to serve the stomach anymore. He just sits there and eats. So they said, that's it. We're not serving anymore. We're on strike. They came back, told the stomach, no more. We're not feeding you. We're not working. What happened 3 days later? They reconvene. They say, I feel a little weak. How do you feel? And they all concurred. This isn't working very well. So they got together. They say, we'll try one more time. They made a nice meal and they fed the stomach. And suddenly they felt invigorated. Their strength came back. They felt like they were renewed. And they realized that actually, when we feed the stomach feeds us. Every morsel I put in my stomach, it's ingeniously digested and distributed to the right part of the body. And similarly, Krishna says, Bhuktarang yapatapasam. I'm the real enjoyer. That doesn't mean we don't enjoy. It just means, Okay, we're counting down the minutes for Giriraj Maharaj. I'm just keeping the place warm till he gets here. He'll be here in 27 minutes. You can put on your Apple Watch or whatever you have. So when we give things to Krishna, then we naturally feel happy. So we're going to have the Noon Artik. And the Noon Artik is a joyful song about all the ways that the devotees in Vrindavan feed Krishna. Now let's name a few likely items that they cooked for Krishna and offered to him at noontime for his lunch. They got together, Yashodha is cooking, Srimati Radharani cooks, and they offer many different kinds of preparations to Krishna. You'll win valuable prizes if you can name one of the preparations. What? Yes. Vrindavan, please give him a hand. Pandirvan. No, but we're coming with you when you come back. We'd like to come to your house. Vrndavana ki Jaya. Thank you, Prabhu, for visiting us here on Krishna's birthday, all the way from Vrindavan. We feel very blessed to have you. Hare Krishna. Prabhu, what is a favorite food of Krishna's in Vrindavan? What does he like? Makan. Haribol. Okay. Makan. Mistri. Mishri. Okay, name some other preparations that you're going to feed Krishna for lunch. Huh? Lagdu, yes. Everyone's coming alive now. Okay, let's have a few more. What? Gulab Jamun. Huh? Kohe. Oh, poha. Okay, poha, flat rice. Huh? Rasagula. Curd rice. Krishna takes curd rice out for picnics, right? Holds it in his hand. How about kachori? How about jalebi? Yes? Puri. How about, come on. Kaja, goja. Yes? What does he not like? Bitter melon. Okay. Hope that's not true, because I love bitter melon. Okay, what other things? Name two more preparations. Kheer. Yes. He's known, if you go to Toronto, you'll find the deities there. Kheer Chor Gopinath. They serve him kheer every day. And if you go to Vrindavan and you go to Radharaman temple, you give a little donation, and they'll give you a little pot of kheer, rubbery actually, offered to Shri Shri Radharaman. So this next song is all about all the wonderful preparations that the devotees in Vrndavana offer. So let's put it up. Bhaja Bhakata Vatsala Shri Gaura Hari. Vatsala Shri Gaura Hari. Shri Gaura Hari Sohi Gosta Bihari. Nanda Yashomati Chitta Hari. Belo Halo Damodara Aisa Ekona. Everybody. Bhoga Mandire Basi Karaho Bhojana. Bhakata Vatsala Shri Gaura Hari. Bhaja Bhakata Vatsala Shri Gaura Hari. Nanderani Deshigi Girivardhare. Baladeva Sahasaka Vaisesari Sare. Next. Shukha Shakari Bhajinalita Kushmanda. Dali Dalna Dugda Tumbi Dali Mochakanda. Bhakata Vatsala Shri Gaura Hari. Haribol. Buddha Bodha Masa Bodha Rotika Kirtana. Kashpuri Pishtaka Kirpuri Payasana. Karpura Amrita Kile Ramba Kir Sara. Amrita Rasala Amra Dvadasha Prakaro. Here we go. Bhaja Bhakata Vatsala Shri Gaura Hari. Bhaja Bhakata Vatsala Shri Gaura Hari. Luchi China Sapuri Ladu Rasabali. Ladu. Bhojana Korina Krishna Hoye Kutahagi. Radhikara Pakana Viveda Vyanjana. Parama Anande Krishna Korina Bhojana. Bhaja Bhakata Vatsala Shri Gaura Hari. Bhaja Bhakata Vatsala Shri Gaura Hari. Chale Bale Ladu Kai Shimaru Maṅgala. Bhaja Hari Bolo. Hari Bolo. Radhikari Gane Hare Rana Nirakoni. Tukta Hoye Kai Krishna Jashoda Pavane. Here we go. Bhaja Bhakata Vatsala Shri Gaura Hari. Bhaja Bhakata Vatsala Shri Gaura Hari. Bhojanante pi Krishna sabhita pare. Bhojanante pi Krishna subhasita pare. Sabe mukha prakaloe hoye sari sari. Hasta mukha prakalaye jata sakta gane. Anande Vishama Kori Baladeva Sani. Bhaja Bhakata Vatsala Shri Gaura Hari. Bhaja Bhakata Vatsala Shri Gaura Hari. Jambula rasala ne tambula masala. Kaha ke Krishna Chandra suke nidra gela. Disha laksha siddhi pucha chamara dhulaya. Purvashayaya Krishna Sukhe Nidra Jaya. Japa Kasta Vatsala Shri Gaura Hari. Bhaja Bhakata Vatsala Shri Gaura Hari. Yashomati Agna Peda Nishna Anito. Shri Krishna Prasad Radha Bunje Hoye Prito. Dalitari Sakti Gana Abhiśeka Paya. Mane Mane Sukha Radha Krishna Guna Gaya. One more. Hari Lila Ak Matra Jahara Prabodha. Bhogati Gaitako Bhakati Vinoda. Bhakti Vinod. Get ready now, here we go. Bhaja Bhakata Vatsala Shri Gaura Hari. Bhaja Bhakata Vatsala Shri Gaura Hari. Shri Gaura Hari Sohi Goshta Vihari. Shri Gaura Hari Sohi Goshta Vihari. Nanda Yashomati Chitta Hari. One more time. Nanda Yashomati Chitta Hari. Get ready now, here we go. Come on. Bhakata Vatsala Shri Gaura Hari. Bhaja Bhakata Vatsala Shri Gaura Hari. Shri Gaura Hari Sohi Goshta Vihari. Nanda Yashomati Chitta Hari. Vatsala Shri Gaura Hari. Bhaja Bhakata Vatsala Shri Gaura Hari. Bhaja Bhakata Vatsala Shri Gaura Hari. Vatsala Shri Gaura Hari. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everybody now.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everybody. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Shri Vrndavana Dham Ki Jai, Darśana-Ārati Ki Jai, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Krishna Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Rama Hare Rama, Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopala Jaya Jaya, 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 Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya, Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya, Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopala Jaya Jaya, Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopala Jaya Jaya, Govinda Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. It's all you, it's all you. Govinda Jaya Jaya, Gopala Jaya Jaya. Govinda Jaya Jaya, Gopala Jaya Jaya. Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya. Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. You sound great, you sound great. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama. One more time. We can get this. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. It's all you now.
Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Here we go. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare So we have 11 and a half hours before midnight. We're counting down the time. We're so happy to be together right here in the middle of Silicon Valley, right? We've really look forward to this time when we can all be together. Life's so busy. But we can come together and just glorify Krishna, chant Hare Krishna. We feel happy. It's natural. The soul is always happy. It's full of ananda. Sat, Chit, and Ananda. When we get mixed up with the complications of the world, Krishna talks about in the Bhagavad Gita, three guna. Three bir gunamayir bhaver ebi sarvamidam jagat. Mohitam nabijana timamebhya paramavyam. He says these modes very difficult to overcome, and he's always above them. Just like if you get on an airplane on a foggy day here in San Francisco, what's the chances of a foggy day in San Francisco? Pretty good? It's pretty high, especially in the summertime. And let's say you get on the plane and you're a little depressed because it's been so foggy and your tomatoes won't grow in your backyard, it's not hot enough, and get on the airplane and goes down the runway, and gradually it lifts up, and you start going through the fog and the cloud cover, and then what happens? Sunshine, you break through. And the Bhagavad Gita says, Mam chayo vyabhicharena bhakti yogena sevate sagunan samatityaitam brahma bhuya yukalpate. If you just take this approach to bhakti, to your devotional practice, a little bit every day, like the plane going down the runway, just pick up a little speed, little more speed, little more speed. It starts to lift off the ground. It's a miracle, right? You see it lift up. So we'll also lift off the ground. A little chanting every day, read from the Bhagavad Gita, offer a leaf of flower, fruit, or water to Krishna, do some act of kindness to another person, give them a Bhagavad Gita or a Srimad Bhagavatam. Just go over their house, knock on the door. They come to the door and say, I brought you a Srimad Bhagavatam. How do you think you'd feel? Jubilant? Yeah, when you give, you grow. So Krishna says, try to give to others. Give them spiritual knowledge. He says it in the 18th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita. When you teach this to other people, he said, you become the most dear to me of anybody, because there's nothing here in the material world that can actually satisfy us. Somebody's hungry, you give them food, they get hungry again the next day, right? But if you give them spiritual knowledge, then Krishna says in the 4th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, in due course of time, they'll feel a natural satisfaction in themselves. They'll be able to rise to their natural position. And we can too. Just a little bit every day, going down the runway of our lives, then gradually, mam chayo vyabhicharena bhakti yogena sevate sagunan samatityaitan, starts to rise above the modes of nature, and then you're in the light. And then you realize, oh, that was just a superficial covering to my life. There's always happiness there with Krishna. So when you all come here, we feel that because you have so much devotion. You come here on Krishna's birthday, come here to see him, just to chant Hare Krishna, stay here all day, all night. Might as well just move in. Say Haribol. No, you don't have to move in. Everyone can live in their own place. But then just everyone can spread this all over Silicon Valley. The only remedy for the world is to give the spiritual sound vibration. So here at ISKCON of Silicon Valley, we're dedicated to keeping this center a vibrant place where anybody can come and practice the simple tenets of bhakti yoga and also learn how to take them home and practice them there and then distribute them to as many other people as possible. Our goal is to see all of Silicon Valley vibrant with spiritual sound vibration. What do you think of that as a vision statement? Sir, you look like a CEO. What do you think of that? No, you in the yellow. He looks like a CEO of some kind. I'm just seeing what you think of our vision statement. On point. It's on point. Thank you. So in a couple of minutes, we're expecting a visitor, a venerable devotee who's been practicing Krishna consciousness for more than 50 years. And he's a sannyasi who had a lot of personal association with the founder of our movement, His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. In fact, He's an American, you'll see when he comes in, but he spent a lot of time in India, especially he's famous for having been the leader of the project in Juhu. Does anybody know what the Juhu project looks like in Mumbai? 3 people? We should all get tickets and go there together, right? Let's have a big yatra and we'll all go together. Yeah, it's a big project, and there was a hard struggle to establish that place, as you might imagine. Things aren't so easy, building buildings, what to speak in the old days in Bombay. So he wrote a book about it. It's a really thick book, and it's a page-turner. And he's writing a new book now, and he'll be here in a few minutes. I was told over half an hour ago that he'd be here in 27 minutes. So I don't know, traffic? Okay. Yes. Okay. That's what sannyasis do. He took a stop somewhere. Sannyasis wander all over the universe. What can be done, right? Not much we can do. So now we're going to keep the vibration going. I have to go out and meet a group of students who have come here to celebrate Janmashtami, and I'm going to be meeting them outside. And the vibration will be going on inside here. So you want to keep that going, yes? Later, maybe.
Hare Krishna, someone has dropped their keys in the reception area. It is a Honda key, so if you have a Honda, please go back to check if you don't have your keys. Jaya Radhe Jaya Krishna Jaya Vrndavana
Hare Krishna. जय जय हरे कृष्णा। बोले वृंदावन धाम की जय। जय जय राधे, जय जय श्याम। मिलेगा मिलेगा। जय जय श्री वृंदावन धाम, जय जय राधे,
जय जय श्याम, जय 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 वृंदावन धाम।
जय जय राधे, जय जय श्याम, जय जय श्री वृंदावन धाम। बोले
जय जय राधे, जय जय श्याम, जय 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 वृंदावन धाम।
जय जय राधे, जय जय श्याम, जय जय श्री वृंदावन धाम।
जय जय राधे, जय जय श्याम, जय 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 वृंदावन धाम।
पावन राधे तेरो नाम, पावन श्री वृंदावन धाम।
पावन राधे तेरो नाम, पावन श्री वृंदावन धाम।
पावन राधे तेरो नाम, पावन श्री वृंदावन धाम। बोले
पावन राधे तेरो नाम, पावन श्री वृंदावन धाम।
जय जय राधे, जय जय श्याम, जय जय श्री वृंदावन धाम।
जय जय राधे, जय जय श्याम, जय 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 श्री वृंदावन धाम।
जय जय राधे, जय जय श्याम, जय जय श्री वृंदावन धाम। एवरीवन
जय जय राधे, जय जय श्याम, जय जय श्री वृंदावन धाम।
पावन राधे तेरो नाम, पावन 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 श्री वृंदावन धाम।
जय जय राधे, जय जय श्याम, जय जय श्री वृंदावन श्याम जय जय श्री वृंदावन धाम
जय जय राधे जय जय श्याम जय जय श्री वृंदावन धाम
जय जय राधे जय जय श्याम जय जय श्री वृंदावन धाम बोलो बोलो
जय जय राधे जय जय श्याम जय जय श्री वृंदावन धाम
पावन राधे तेरो नाम पावन श्री वृंदावन धाम
पावन राधे तेरो नाम पावन श्री वृंदावन धाम
जय जय श्यामा जय जय श्याम जय जय श्री वृंदावन धाम
जय जय श्याम जय जय श्याम जय जय श्री वृंदावन धाम
जय जय राधे जय जय श्याम जय जय श्री वृंदावन धाम
जय जय राधे जय जय श्याम जय जय श्री वृंदावन धाम
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम राम हरे हरे
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम राम हरे हरे
जय जय राधे जय जय श्याम जय जय श्री वृंदावन धाम
जय जय राधे जय जय श्याम जय जय श्री वृंदावन धाम
जय जय राधे जय जय श्याम जय जय श्री वृंदावन धाम
जय जय राधे जय जय श्याम जय जय श्री वृंदावन धाम
हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे बोले
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम राम हरे everyone please
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम राम हरे everyone
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna,